Hey, there we go.
There we go.
All right, so I'm going to dive in. I have a grievance
Only
right
one.
now. I have a grievance like right off the bat that I
Okay.
want to share, and I have another grievance that I want to share once Aldi gets here. So
A twofer.
yeah, presuming that he shows up. I mean, I assume he will. I mean, oh, and it is very likely we will not have an Alaboom next week before Christmas. This is the last Christmas because I got Christmas with my dad. So those of you who are watching this, I apologize. No Alaboom next week, but we'll come back and have one right before the end of the year. So there's that, I guess. Just it's one of those things where so nothing on the 22nd, but the 29th. 29th.
It's my sister's birthday.
Anyway, so today, do you have any do you have like burrito restaurants near you? I mean, like a Qdoba or
Yeah, we got them.
yeah, okay. You know, so there's like several options here. There's a Qdoba, there's a Moe's, if you're ever gonna go
Yeah,
Moe's.
we have Moe's.
And then we have a Pancheros. Do you have any Pancheros?
I don't think so.
Pancheros are like I think maybe a Midwest thing. I don't know. Anyway, there's a Pancheros. Hey, Kabuki Kid. There is a Pancheros like really close to our house. It's like a 2-minute drive. Anyway, I don't much care for the Pancheros, or for that matter, the Moe's or the Qdoba. I think Moe's has some pretty good chips. I mean, so when I go to Moe's, which is a pretty healthy drive to get there from where we are, the one Moe's that we have in our town, like I always ask for because they'll give you all the chips you want as long as you're ordering, chips and queso. I just say give me some bags of chips, and I'll just get and I'll eat those tortilla chips like a fiend, until they go stale on you. But their chips are amazing. Anyway, they have just the right amount of salt. And just like but there's something about the chip itself. It's kind of a lighter. Sometimes like I don't really like corn chips that are like
dense.
Well, yeah, dense. It's just a lighter one. I don't even really like the queso. I don't really like chips and queso. I always like chips and queso, chips and queso. I like just chips.
I prefer salsa.
Yeah, so salsa, so I get the chips and I make my own salsa, and just that buddy of mine taught me how to make with just make tomatoes and all this other stuff. Anyway, I'm getting off track here. So I went over this Pancheros because I didn't want to get anything. I wasn't feeling all that hungry anyway, but both my daughter and my wife wanted something. So I drove over there and I think they must have been closing at 8. And because I walk in and it's like 7:40 or a little before 7:40, and I walk in and the first thing I notice is that there's 4 people standing behind the counter, and there's one guy, there's 2 people eating at a table, and there's one guy making stuff for this, and there's 2 people at the counter, or they had ordered their food. And as soon as I walk in, the 3 people, other than the guy making the food, all kind of vanish. They just wander around to the back. And I was like, okay, well, whatever. I'll just go over here and I'll stand. And eventually somebody asked me what I want to eat, and I'll go from there. And so I was standing there. And these 2 people, they were getting like 5 burritos and 1 quesadilla. And I was just like, are you kidding me? And so this guy was like making each burrito and and he was doing his best. I'll be, he was doing his best. And then I see this other guy come out. I'm like, okay, cool. This guy will take my order and he can start making the 2 quesadillas that I want him to make. And this guy kind of glances at me as he walks by, and then he just keeps going, and he starts collecting the garbages that are And then I noticed that like they've removed a few of the things from the steam trays, and I was like, oh, they must be ready to close. And like then I kind of put it together. This guy's collecting the garbages, so they one of the things they probably have to do before they can leave, right?
Yeah.
In the meantime, I can still hear two female voices in the back, like laughing and giggling and whatever. And I'm not here to like ruin anybody's good time. Maybe they weren't working. Maybe they'd already clocked out. Who knows? I don't know. You know, I have no idea. But then this guy, he's got no mask on. He's bent over he's grabbing bags of he's grabbing like grabbing the bags of garbage, and he's stuffing them into a larger garbage with these rubber gloves on. But then he's also like reaching into like the crevices and the cracks of like the where the food is, where the prep is, and he's just moving his hands around in there, and like with no mask on, and like, you know, I mean, he's not hacking or coughing or like anything like that. But I was just also like, dude, you know, just like I was just kind of looking at him like, this ain't cool. You know, first of all, you got your garbage sluiced hands and you're moving around or whatever. So the guy then like goes off and he starts getting the garbages out in the thing. And I was just like, okay. So now I've been in the place for like 5 minutes. This guy's still making all those guys' food, these two people's food. I'm just like, okay, this is ridiculous. And like nobody's said anything to me at this point. One guy's glanced in my direction. Eventually that guy stops collecting the garbage and he goes to the back, and I can hear him talking to the two other people, and they're laughing and joking. And now I'm just getting angry because I'm like, good Lord, why isn't anybody helping this guy who's making all this food for all these people? And he's ringing them up. And then I've been in the store for a good 10 minutes, and the guy comes back over and he says, sorry about the wait. And then I looked in like in the empty restaurant, and I was like, yeah, you're really busy. And immediately it's not his fault that I definitely was snarky to him when I probably didn't need to be snarky to him, but I was snarky to him. And he just kind of shrugs, and he goes, what can I get you? And I said, I need a cheese quesadilla, I need a chicken quesadilla, add jalapenos. And at that exact moment, the garbage guy comes out from the back and goes, hey, you got to run those reports. And so the guy just turns around and walks away from me and goes over to the till and just starts like messing with the till for a good 2 to 3 minutes of printing off all of this stuff for this guy as I'm sitting there and I just ordered my food. I was just like, I'm so angry. I was almost angry enough to like, I need a receipt. So when I get home, I can write a tersely written email to your company out of anger. But I got over it. In the 2-minute drive home, I got over it. But I was super angry. I was just like, but I realized, you know, we're getting a snowstorm tonight. They were probably annoyed they were still there. You know, they're probably annoyed that, you know, they had to work. You know, probably it's tough all over. It's tough all over. You know,
it's all about you and your fucking quesadillas.
Yeah. Well, I can't say anything about my jury duty, Paul, because I can't say anything until the trial is done. Especially I can't say anything like live on the internet or anything like that. So. Other than the fact that yes, I was selected. I can't say anything other than that.
They let you go home?
What? Well, yeah,
I didn't realize that. Realize that. I never served on a jury. I've been through the process, both civil and criminal, but never.
Yeah, I mean, I was on a civil trial once before, and now I'm on a criminal trial. Okay, that's pretty much all I can say. I mean, it's just kind of like, which is a little, I don't know, it's a little weirder, I guess. Like you're going to decide whether or not somebody goes to jail or not. I mean,
what's weird about that?
I don't know. Just like,
it's your civic duty, motherfucker.
The voir dire, as it's known, as they, you know, once Aldi gets here, I'll tell more about that. And but the voir dire was interesting as far as like the questions they asked and some of the things that got ballyhooed around, and some of the other prospective jurors were definitely interesting, to say the least. I mean, there was one guy that he was just like they asked for they asked if he was like, they asked a question like, would you say a police officer is more inclined to give truthful testimony than a normal person? And like when they asked me that question, I just said, I said, and I truthfully just said, I don't think any, no more or less than any other person. I was just like, I said, I think most people are truthful, but you know, I don't give preponderance to a police officer. And then the guy next to me, he was like, I think cops are liars and thieves.
Some are.
No, this guy said unilaterally because he said I was accused of a DUI, and he said the cops lied about him under oath, and because of that he just has no trust for cops and just thinks that they're liars and thieves, and wouldn't believe anything they had to say. And I remember the judge actually stepped in and said, you know, sir, do you think that you could take your situation you had with the police officers and set it aside for you to be an impartial juror in this situation? No. So the judge says, all right, well then you're excused. And he was like, what do you mean I'm excused? And he's like, you can go home. Why? He was just like, because you can't be an impartial juror. And he's like, well, that's not fair. You can't just send me home because I know the truth about cops. And he's just like, yes, I can. I'm the judge. You are free to go. Please leave. Just like, so yeah.
Yeah, there's ways to get out of it.
Well, but the thing is he wasn't even
he wasn't trying, I understand, but
yeah, he wasn't trying to get out of it. He was just like, he thought, he was just stunned that they would say, okay, go ahead, you can leave.
He thought he was going to get revenge. Yeah. It's like I said, I've been through both the criminal and the civic. Our system's a little messed up.
Yeah, well, I am just really annoyed because I have a ton of work that I'm not able to get done right now, and I wanted to be able to put some stuff to bed before the before the holiday week happens, and yeah, so that was it. I mean, so it is what it is, which, you know, nobody, it's I mean, it's an honor and all that stuff or whatever, and you know, I'm you know, it's yeah, there's really not much else to say as far as that goes. So
that's enough of that.
Yeah, it is enough of that. So anyway, anything new with you?
A couple mechanical problems, but other than that, got Christmas decorated. Christmas shopping's done.
Yeah.
Yeah, start last week and I finished last week. 2 gifts.
So the rest done or what?
Yeah, I'm taking the family. I'm gonna take them all out to do this axe throwing thing. You know, we used to do this list of it originated out of necessity. Basically, we grew up poor. It's like, what do you need? And we just kept the list, and every year that gets screwed up with the new people coming into the family. So I decided enough of that. It's time. You know, it's more for the kids anyway. So let's just do experiences from here on out. So this is the first year I'm going to try it out.
Yeah.
You know, I'll just get my brother and sister and their family, and then one of my uncles every year. Yeah. So that was basically a call and buying a group, you know, a group session. So that was pretty easy. You know, and I got Jen some stuff. And my sister's birthday's the 22nd, so I got her something for her birthday.
Oh well, that's good.
So it's a pretty stressless year this year shopping.
Does she think that she gets screwed in that deal because of the fact that the birthday and stuff like that is so close? Or
No, I don't think so. I mean, she's always gotten a little more because of their birthday being so close. With the rest of the family, not necessarily my mother and me and my brother, but the rest of the family, because we only see each other a couple times a year, or usually around Christmas is one of them. But no, I don't think so.
Well,
they had Christmas Eve. I think maybe then she feels screwed.
yeah.
A day or the day before or something. But
well, I mean, there's that then, as they say.
I just got to deal with these mechanical problems.
Goddamn mechanical problems.
Damn dishwasher.
Your dishwasher's busted?
It won't drain. And usually that's one of three things. It's either, you got filters in the dishwasher itself. They're usually clogged up with food gunk or something. Or it's a clog between the hose and your, the dishwasher and your sink. Or it's the propeller, the motor that pumps the water out.
Will it turn on?
Yeah, it'll turn on. It'll do a whole cycle. It just won't drain. Yeah. So I tried to stay out the hose going to the sink, but I'm hitting something. So I got underneath and took the service panel off and actually staked it from the other end. And I think I'm still hitting something, but I hooked it all back up and ran, and I see a little water coming through. So something, I hear the motor kicking on. So I think something's clogging up the motor itself inside of the dishwasher. But tomorrow I'm going to take the whole dishwasher out and play with it. It's just, it's really uncomfortable for me to be lying on my back like that. Yeah. So
that's what she said.
Tomorrow I'll just rip it out and, take that motor apart.
Yeah.
I'm a little weary because it's all fucking plastic under there, like everything. Yeah. I guess that's just how they're making everything these days. Because that thing's not that old. That's 7 years old, maybe 8.
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I got the paperwork somewhere because I was looking up the part model. If I need a motor, I gotta find the part model, the part number, and all that. But yeah, hopefully tomorrow I'll get it fixed. It's either, like I said, it's either going to be that motor or there's something. Usually, like pieces of glass or something will get in the impeller inside that motor and just stop it. I can hear it trying to run, and I think it's spinning. Like I've stuck my hand in there and tried to spin it, and it did. For the most part, I think there might be something in there just jamming it. I'll find out tomorrow.
Yeah, when ours stopped really cleaning really well, it was because one of my kids put a bowl or a colander in that had pumpkin seeds in it, and the pumpkin seeds drained into basically that, and they just clogged it up.
Yeah,
so no water could. Basically, the stuff on the top wouldn't get clean because no water was getting up there.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But there's that, I suppose.
The only thing it could possibly is the limit switch, the float switch, but I doubt it's that.
Yeah.
But,
just tear it out, get a new one.
Nah, that bothers me. Like I said, it's not that old. I mean, if we're old, the refrigerator, if that goes, it's going. That's 20 years old or something. That doesn't owe me anything, but
yeah,
the dishwasher, that's not that old. Yeah.
Well, it's like you said about my upright freezer that was my grandfather's. Just don't fuck with it.
Yeah, don't
like
fuck with it. Don't grease it. Don't touch it. Don't even take the dirt off it. You can wipe the front down. That's it.
Yeah. Like I said, every single time I unplug it to defrost it, once, maybe twice a year.
You pray that motor kicks back on.
Oh yeah. I'm like, all right, come on. Let this. I mean, I have a hot water heater that they say those last between 10 and 15 years.
Not now, please. Back then, yeah.
Well, even now they say that's
They say,
and every once in a while, like we won't have any hot water in the house, and there's a reset valve that I can go down and I can engage on the hot water heater, and like it works. Like I reset it, like and it gets going again, and it's just like, and then there's always like wait like 10 minutes for it to heat up some water, and then I go up to the kitchen sink and I turn it on, full blast on hot, and I put my hand underneath the water, and I'm just like, oh please, I don't need a $1,200 bill today, please. Please, oh please. And then as soon as and then I'm fooling myself, it feels a little warmer, maybe it's a little warmer, and then finally, like when it kicks in, I'm like, oh okay, there we go. Hot water, good deal.
Is it gas or electric?
It's gas.
Gas. The pilot.
Yeah.
I miss gas.
I still remember years and years ago. This is nearly 30 years ago. I went out to Vegas to visit my brother, and he picked me up from the airport, and we went to a bar and had a couple of beers and did some casino stuff, and then we pulled up in front of his house in Vegas, and he pushed the button open his garage door, and just water poured out of his garage. He was like, what the hell? And his hot water heater, the bottom had rusted out.
Yeah.
And it had emptied out. And I remember we drove over to Home Depot and bought a new one. I was just like, that was how I spent my installed the new one and everything with my brother.
I got lucky with them. I got lucky with hot waters. I'd never have them explode on me like that. I caught them like the elements went out, or I just started seeing them drip. I've never had them blow on me like that. Pretty lucky.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to clean up 40 gallons of water. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's right next to ours is right next to the like there's a drain right next to it in the floor.
Yeah.
So I mean, we'd get some damage to some of the stuff that's back in our back in that room, but for the most part, it would just go right down that drain. At least I hope and I pray and I believe.
Nah, you should be all right there. You might get some overflow, but ours is in the middle of the fucking house. It's the first and probably the last ranch house I'm gonna buy.
How the hell is Aldi? I have a grievance specifically for his ears.
Specifically for his, I got a grievance.
Go ahead.
Amazon Prime came out with a movie called Encounters. And it was a good movie, don't get me wrong, but the way they marketed it, I thought it was a science fiction movie. But it wasn't at all. And I don't know if I would have spoiled the movie or not, but yeah, the marketing was really off on that one. But it was a really good movie.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was I'm trying to remember the guy's name. Khan. Raul Khan. I can't. He's been in a few things, and I just can't remember what they are right now. He was in another Amazon movie about the drummer going deaf. He was a lead guy on that. I can't remember the name of the movie though. Yeah, but it was a pretty good movie about PSTD basically. Yeah, but that's not how it was marketed, like a science fiction, like we're being invaded by aliens. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there is sort of an element to that, but it's not really part of it. No, it is, I guess. I don't want to spoil it in case you didn't see it. But yeah, the marketing was a little weird on that one. But I find that with a lot of movies lately, like if you watch a trailer, you're not going to see the movie you're expecting most of the time, you know. Like with the Marvel ones, I get it. They're trying to fool people and keep shit secret and all that, but I don't know. Thanks, Matt. Why is it Matt in the chat? It was
I don't know.
Riz Ahmed. Why did
He's
I think
being
it was
too
Khan
cool.
for some reason?
He's just being too cool.
He's too cool for us.
It's too cool for us.
So you guys ready for Christmas?
Am I ready? No, I'm never ready.
Why? Why do you put it off to the last minute? Jen does that shit.
I don't know. Why do you put it off?
I usually don't. I usually try not to put anything off, especially nowadays, because I know it takes me 4 times longer to do anything. You know, but even before that, with Christmas and shit, I'd like to be done a couple weeks in advance because I didn't know about my work schedule and all that. Yeah.
So, I mean, you got any big plans for the upcoming new year or anything like that? Or?
Nah, Jen's got to work. She's not working Christmas Day, but she has to go in early the next morning, like 2 a.m. or 4 a.m. I don't remember which one. So yeah, no, we're gonna go to my sister's Christmas Eve, then spend Christmas here. It's a lot better than the trap one we used to fucking do. One point we hit like 6 or 7 places in 2 days.
Yeah.
Her family, my family, extended family, friends of mine.
Yeah, I mean I have to do the 3, like we have the Christmas at home. I had the Christmas with my dad, and then I had the Christmas with my in-laws / my mother. You know, so I do the 3 Christmases thing. And really, honestly, the Christmas I look forward to more than anything is the Christmas at home on Christmas Day with my wife, and my children. I mean, not that I don't like hanging out with my in-laws, not that I don't like hanging out with my mom, not that I don't like hanging out with my dad and his wife. It's like you can't relax until you're just home.
Yeah.
And doing it yourself, right? So it's weird.
It's and like I said with us, it was within the 2 days, like Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, because of my work schedule usually. And we were always on a time schedule. It was like, all right, we got 2 hours here, an hour here. Yeah.
Yeah. Is there anything you really need for Christmas? Anything you really want?
Jen's getting me a new recliner.
Oh, look at you.
This is a piece of junk. So I'm looking forward to that. My new bed, as I call it.
Maybe it doesn't like you much.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
I do sleep in it, so there's that.
Why don't you sleep in a bed?
I have a very hard time with a bed. I start spasming and all that. I wake Jen fidgets a lot when she sleeps, which wakes me up, and then I have to get up. I don't sleep well to begin with. I'm up every 3 hours basically.
Well, tell her to stop that.
Mm-hmm. We just keep each other up all night, you know. But yeah, I haven't slept really in a bed in 3 years, 4 years. Slept on a couch a couple. Well, up hunting all week. I slept on the couch. It was tough. One of these days, I'll get a Craftmatic pneumatic adjustable bed.
Ooh, a Craftmatic adjustable bed. I remember those commercials.
Mm-hmm.
That was a big deal.
Yeah. I forget what the big hitch was.
I forget what kind of bed my wife did. Like my wife does not. You know, I am a very. I'll wake up in the middle of the night and roll over, but I don't remember it. Right. You know, so it's like,
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where I as far as my sleep patterns and everything like that, I have it way easier than she does. So excuse me. So it's one of those things where she did some research and she found a like I forget what kind of bed we have, but it's really nice. I mean, it is. It's way better than the bed we had, and so I mean, there's, but it's like I'm also just like, yeah, I mean, it's like it's whatever, you know.
Yeah.
I've never, you know, had issues or whatever, but you know, she really enjoys hers, and she sleeps much sounder there, which is good, you know. But
Yeah, this is our third bed, I think. It's
yeah,
each one's worse for me. Yeah, we have one of them foam ones now. That thing is fucking horrible. Before that was the pillow top. That thing drove me nuts. It was all right for the first year or so, and then it started clumping and all that.
yeah.
But I'm a light. I can't say I'm a light sleeper until I get to a certain point. Then I'm dead to the world for like an hour or two. Yeah, but getting there is tough. Yeah.
To the sleeping part.
Yeah. And then like I'm semi-conscious after that deep sleep, for another hour, maybe, yeah, two. So it's just I'm a picky sleeper, I guess.
You're an international man of mystery, is what you are.
Yes.
Hello, Matthew.
Matthew.
How
Why
are
are you
you?
bitching about punch board apps?
No, because I'm laying out punch board and laying out punch boards is my bane.
The Bane?
It's hard, man.
Like the guy
What's
who
that?
broke Batman's back, Bane.
Yes.
Matt, what are the tolerances on the punch boards?
Depends on who the printer is. I try to always go with Panda because they're usually the most strict, and it's basically 6 millimeters between every cut line.
6 mil. That's a quarter inch, roughly.
So
Okay.
if you do that, no other printer is gonna bitch and complain about it. Lance might, but
I'd complain. Absolutely.
So I got some better answers the last few days to my question, my job fielding question. People were a little bit less Monopoly, and today I got a Lords of Waterdeep, I got a Avalon, Ultimate Werewolf, so that was good.
What was it?
For my job posting that I'm looking for.
The people that play.
Yeah. Oh, what kind of games they play? Okay.
All the people were like, what games you play? And they're like, oh, Monopoly, Risk. Sorry.
And you being a snooty McSnooderson.
Yeah.
Board Scott's here.
Hey guys. Monopoly. I'm not gonna yuck their yum, but they have to demonstrate. This is a disqualifying question that, if they look at my website, they're gonna say something appropriate to that.
I would like to. I would
Hold
like
on, I
to.
gotta show this.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
I saw that.
Let me get it lit up if I
What-
can.
what-
The cable's very
what,
short.
Yes, sorry about
what
that.
two left-handed hack put that shit together for you?
Can I
though?
figure out how to plug this in?
I was
Dude,
thinking a battery pack.
don't even like.
What?
He sent me a video of how it was made. It's ridiculously complicated.
It wasn't that complicated, guys. More
don't say
complicated
yourself
because
short.
I changed my mind a couple times.
Oh, okay. God, how am I gonna plug it in? Do I have a? You know, if I had a battery pack, I could plug it in.
Yeah, I was thinking about sending it, but I didn't know how that would mail.
How did you get it down there?
By media mail.
Hey, Forrest.
Where is my battery pack? I have a battery pack somewhere. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Oh, Mike.
I'll be back.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
I got a question for you, Forrest. How old are your kids?
5 and 8, but they'll be 6 and 9 in like a month.
5, 6, and 9. That might be a little too young. We went to Disney World last month or whatever, and we took that boat that went around Tom Sawyer's Island and then all that.
Mhm.
And I was sitting there to asking my wife, I was like, "Do kids even know who Huckleberry Finn and all that is these days?" Yeah,
No clue. My kids would have no idea. At least
they
I
might
don't
be a
think-
little too young though. But
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure.
what about your kids, Lance? Yeah, you're both
They have
about
no
that
clue.
age. No.
Considering the fact that, like, Huck Finn and Tom Sawyer definitely have, I mean, not
Yeah.
like, I'm not going to say it's like, questionable material, but more than a few people have definitely specified, due to the colorful racist language,
Yeah.
within, probably not the best thing.
Yeah,
for-
I forgot about that. The language in it. Well, to me, it was it was in the late 1800s when it was written. Yeah,
The what now?
it was the late 1800s when it was written, wasn't it? Early 19. It
I'd
was
have
right
to
after the
look.
Civil War, wasn't it?
Doesn't really matter.
I mean, it's a product of its time.
It's still incredibly racist. I mean, just like,
I get that, but at some point we're gonna have to deal with that. We're gonna have to.
yeah,
all right,
you just don't read it anymore. I mean,
so you,
there's only been like 8 billion more books that have come out since then. We can say, okay, cool, and it was and we can set it aside and move on with our lives. I
so we're
mean,
gonna do that with everything. George
dude,
Washington
it's
gone.
like it's like you said, it's late 1800s. It's over 100 years old. I mean, let's just move on. I mean, it's I mean, let's find books that are written in the late 1800s that aren't incredibly racist. Well,
No, I'm not talking about just
What a novel!
literature
What a
in
novel
general.
concept.
I-
Whoa, was that a pun?
I'm not talking about literature in general. I mean, eventually we're going to have to deal with it and move on, like you're saying, but we just can't bury it and forget about it. It's
Why
it's gonna
not?
come
Why
up.
why can't we bury racist bullshit?
Certain things we can't. Washington, we can't bury him. How
Well,
can we?
Okay,
Yeah.
but I mean, my point is that you can't. Why would? So what are you saying? We're burying George Washington because
He owned slaves.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's like, yeah, he was first president of our country and he owned slaves. We that can be part of the, and we can say the fact that he owned people is incredibly awful, and it's, aren't we thankful that we don't do that anymore? I mean, I don't know. I'm not. I don't know. You got me all riled up now. Thanks.
Good. Now we'll get back to
That's
Aldi.
Whoa, what is that?
Very
What
good.
Some
the
hack
hell?
made something.
He made this for me. It's pretty fucking awesome.
Well, that's cool for your 20
I
year
know.
or something.
Yeah, 20-year anniversary. Hey, you can see the
That's awesome.
It comes with this cool little LED thing. Can make
No,
the
it doesn't
color
meant the other thing.
red, green. Oh, I don't know what. How does this work?
The buttons, they do all sorts of shit, Scott.
Yeah. It's got like a million.
It fades, it ramps.
That's cool. Yeah. Spin over there earlier. Fades in and out. It's only a little heavy though. I'm like, my arm is already tired.
10.5 pounds.
It weighs 10 pounds. 10 and a half.
That was the whole package. I'm guessing that's probably about 8, 9.
Yeah, this has got some heft to it. It's pretty fucking cool.
All right.
It's
Now
always-
then, I've been waiting for Aldi to show up because I have a grievance.
That wood'll darken in the front too, Scott.
It's what?
It'll darken. It
Oh, it will age.
the corners are
Is it that purple heart?
the corners are
Yeah.
on the front, the corner squares are. The strips that connect them are cherry is the lighter wood, and then
This wood here?
no, yeah, that's purple heart.
That's cherry.
No,
that's cherry?
that's cherry. The
Yeah.
front part. That's cherry and walnut.
It
The
says
cherry
fuck
will
every-
dark
it says-
away at their age.
It says "fuck all y'all" on the back of it.
No, it doesn't.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
It says fuck M. Oh
Hey Barry,
Fuck them. This is fuck them.
no, it's not on the back of that one, is it?
Oh, well, where's my other? Oh, no, here it is.
Hmm.
This is my coaster. It's got a geek head on it. How'd you do that? That's pretty awesome.
Epoxy. That's the first thing I
Epoxy?
did in epoxy. The second thing was the other one.
It's pretty sweet.
hey Barry,
Really love
would
it.
you have you ever made a dice tray?
That was actually playing Beaver, Scott. Sorta. I made a prototype of a dice tower out of cheap wood. My hands aren't there yet. It's
Dude, the amount of work you put into this thing, I'm stunned. Because you videoed it the whole process, right? There's nothing missing.
there's parts missing.
How many
That's
hours?
I don't know.
Estimate?
To build the frame and all that, that's probably about 15
What?
ish. And then that epoxy thing that took a while, but it was like I pour a layer and then walk away for 2 days and come back and
Right, it dries, let it dry and stuff.
yeah.
You don't do the pressure thing, do you? Just let it air dry.
Yeah, that was all air dry. That was the first thing I ever did with epoxy. Their second, the Ernie was the first. Just to see how it would work out.
Well, it's
And I
fucking
did-
awesome, dude.
I just videoed it. I was having problems with my hands, like I'm saying. I was videoing it to see what my hands were doing.
And the video is fucking awesome too. Really.
Yeah, that's the first time I did any video.
It's really funny.
5 or 6
I mean, I don't know if
years.
you meant it to be funny, but it's really
I
funny.
did.
And awesome. Like,
You could share with people if you want. It's got copyrighted material. On
yeah,
it,
it's
so
copyright. I'll share it in the group. It's fucking awesome. I blew me away, Perry. I mean, honestly, it took my breath away.
You deserve it.
And you're
buddy.
dancing too. Your dancing is
I tried.
phenomenal.
That's what it's called.
You guys got to see this thing.
That's why it took so long. I didn't want to ship it without editing the video, and then I
I
was
wanted to take you to
traveling
make
so
that
much.
video. I mean, there's a lot of work in that video.
That I don't
edited it.
even know. That was a little bit here and there
Okay.
at night. But that's why it took so long. That was sitting in the shop for like a month. It was just a video. I wanted to make sure the video got done before I sent it out. I had to figure out how to do
Well,
my whole
it's
workflow
all
and shit
awesome.
again.
Thank
You
you very
deserve
much.
it, buddy. Thank you.
Let me put it in the chat.
It was weird with the equipment and shit. Like I said, it was like the first time in 5 or 6 years, I guess.
Oh, you hadn't done video in that long?
I haven't done anything, in about 5 or 6 years.
I threw it in the chat if anybody wants to. I mean, it's an epic. It's 10 minutes.
Yeah, it was a little longer than I wanted it.
It's epic. Well,
It's an epic.
I'll look at something that's epic.
Yeah. So what's your complaint? What's your grievance, sir?
I like the FU Scott at the beginning.
Well, there you go. Join the crowd.
So yes,
Can I harsh on my
a
mellow?
while
now?
ago, what I mentioned that I had jury duty.
Oh yeah, jury duty.
A good friend of mine
Yeah.
a good friend of mine suggested, well, as long as you speak up and answer questions,
Yeah.
you'll get picked. You won't get picked.
You won't get
because
picked.
You won't get picked if you sit there and don't say anything.
Correct.
Then that's how you get picked.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Mhm. Yes.
as the voir dire was being
Vordire.
whatever it
As they say in
was,
Texas.
I had an opinion
About
about everything.
What number in line were you?
So there was a group of like 30 some people,
Yeah.
and they called a group of 27 up to sit down and answer questions.
And so
and
the
I
three
was
lucky bastards got through.
I was literally like the 24th person. I was
What?
just like, I was
They
like,
went
Joe.
through. They went through that many people to get to
No,
you.
no. They pulled a group, right? And I was sitting there, and they wanted 27 people, and they left like 7 or 8 people behind that were taking the place of people that would take the place of people that were excused. And so I sat there, and I was like, don't call my name. Don't call my name. I was willing it. And it was like, we're going to call 27 people. And I was
Mr.
actually going,
Mixter.
I was going
Mr.
1,
Mixter.
2, 3. And then it was like weird. It was like, and then the 24th name, they said Lance Mixter. I was like, God, all right. Well, I'm going to take Scott's advice,
But you were
and I'm going
the
to
24th
answer
person.
what?
You were the 24th person in the row.
Yeah, and I was just like, I'm gonna.
So
I'm gonna. So
what
no.
jury number
Here,
were
I'll
you?
explain.
Okay,
Like-
yeah, finish.
So we went in. We signed in. They gave us a sticker that said prospective juror on it. They brought us into the courtroom, and then they said, and then the judge came out and he said, we're gonna call 27 names. When your name is called, come up here. And they had set up like 3 rows of like basically folding chairs and the actual like
Wow.
jury box. So it was like, so they all 27 people could sit and like, and then the lawyers could ask us questions. And so they started naming off the names, and I was like, oh man, there's like no chance. I mean, like there's so little chance that they're calling 27 out of 34 of us or whatever. There's like no chance. I mean, like that I'm not going to get picked. And it got down. It was like, there was like 3 chairs left. And I was like, yes. Lance Mixter. And I was like, all right, that's fine. Whatever. I'll go up there. And like the first thing they do is the first lawyer was like, tell us a little bit about yourself. And like 20, and it started all the way in the back, and to like have 27 people basically give like a 2 to 3 minute speech about their life.
What?
Yeah, it was just like,
Was this the defense or the prosecution?
The defense.
Okay.
You know, tell us a little bit about yourself and this, that, and the other thing. And I remember it was like, it took forever. And I was like, and they got to me, and I was like, married, 50 years old, 2 kids, 2 dogs, 2 cats. And then I made the mistake, and I said, probably because they wanted to know hobbies or something interesting about yourself. And I said, probably the most interesting about myself is my job. I publish board games for a living. And then of course the defense attorney was like a board game geek person.
Really?
And
Disqualified.
what? Yeah.
You should
And
be
then she was like,
disqualified.
oh really? And it's like, oh, you know, it's like, you know, what kind of games have you at hand? And I was like, I work for a company called TMG, and I work for a company called Gray Fox. And she's like, oh, you know, it's like, and then, you know, it's like, I'll have to pick your brain later. I'd love to know more about this. I was like, oh God, she's going to pick me. And I was just like, this sucks. And
You don't
then,
be here. I'm gonna
Here's the
pick your
thing.
brain later.
You don't
'cause
get
you'll be
picked
here.
for juries. You get removed only.
yeah,
You're
no.
left
And so
over.
then I sat there, and then every single question they asked, whatever it was about, I had an opinion, and I was
Yeah.
truthful about my opinions. I didn't
What
I
were the
didn't
questions?
just say, I can just look a guy in the eye and I can figure out if he's guilty or not. I didn't say anything dumb like that. I didn't try to
Take
like,
it seriously.
That's what you
What?
get, Lance.
no, I didn't lie, because I do feel if you
What was
get
your most
called-
controversial answer? What was the question? What was the most controversial answer?
my most controversial answer was probably the one I already said. I was asked if I felt a police officer is more likely to tell the truth than a normal person that isn't a police officer.
And the defense didn't strike you?
No, and well, all I said was, I said I don't consider any job or whatever. I think I said everybody lies every single day, and I don't necessarily think just because you're a police officer you're going to be any more truthful than anybody else. You know, I just
Oh,
said,
that's pretty spicy.
but then
How did you get? Yeah.
so I and then they took us all out, and then the judge was funny. The judge was funny. He's like, okay, we're gonna have you go to another room, and because we're gonna talk behind your back now. And so then we came back in, and
What
then
a
they started,
weird-
and then they started naming
Yeah.
names,
Yeah.
and I was just like, oh. And then there was this one person that said like the idea of being on a jury just totally freaked her out, and she was just like, the idea of having to serve is just like, it makes me, I'm so anxious about it, it makes me feel sick. And they called her name, and I was just like, oh, it's like these are the people they're sending away. And I was like, oh, call my name, call my name, call my name, call my name. And then they got to me, and they said my name, and I was like, yes. And I stood up, and then they said, and then they called off, and they got done, and they said, prosecution, are these the people you selected for the jury? And they said yes. And I was like, wait, what? Defense, is this the members of your jury? And they said yes, and they excused everybody else.
Weird. I wonder if it works different there.
Oh yeah. So thanks
don't
for the
get to
advice,
pick-
Scott.
Thanks, Scott.
I mean,
Scott.
were the other people picked, like people that spoke? I mean, honestly, the whole being on the offside of the police totally would get me would mean prosecution out.
Oh, there was one guy.
I would strike you for that.
There was one guy who just basically said, I think all cops are liars and thieves. And
Oh, and thieves.
yeah, liars and thieves. And the
And he's
judge
out.
the judge let him ask again. He asked him again. He said, do you think it's possible? Because he said he had a situation where cops had lied. He'd seen cops lie under oath, and he said, is there any way that you can put away your personal experience with police officers to have an open mind on this case? And he said, no.
That's a bullshit response.
Yeah, that's a guy that got some good advice.
Yeah, I'm guessing he was not on the
And then
jury.
so he just said no. And then, okay, well then you're excused. And then the funny thing is, he was like, what do you mean? And the judge says, you can't be impartial. You need to, you're excused.
Oh,
You
like
don't
he
have-"
was surprised to hear that.
Yeah. And he was like,
No,
I don't
that's
think, and he was
It's
like,
all
I don't think
canned.
that's, he's like, I don't think that's fair. I don't think you should excuse me for that. And he's just
What?
like, well,
He wanted to be on the jury.
he wanted to, yeah.
Change your answer. Oh,
Oh.
Jesus. What was the case?
I can't say anything about it. It's not over.
What? Oh, you're still on. Oh, you shouldn't even be talking about this then.
Well,
What's next?
I'm just talking about the jury selection.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I can't say anything about
How many
it,
days
you know.
so far?
So tomorrow will be the third day.
What? Criminal? Obviously, it's got police in it. All right.
Yeah, there was the one guy who
That's gonna be so hard for
When he
you.
asked-
I'm
when
actually
they
surprised
asked
you
him-
didn't say anything because
when they asked him for his like name and the whole
Dang.
tell us a little bit about yourself, he said, my name is so and so, and he was like, I'm retired, I'm independently wealthy, and I guess you could say I'm one of, and he was proudly wearing his Trump 2020 hat, and he said, I guess you could
in
say,
the courtroom he was wearing a Trump 2020 account.
yeah, he had it on, and they told him to take it off.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then
fuck yeah.
and he said, and I'm proud, I'll proudly say I'm one of those right-wing conspiracy nut jobs you hear about all the time. You know, he's like, I think,
Oh
and
my
I
God.
think
What?
anybody who tells you that the communists aren't slowly taking over this country is full of it. We're losing our way. He's just like, he
Yeah.
talked for like 5 minutes about. He's like,
I'm guessing he
he's
was
like,
off.
and he looked at the judge, and he says, "You seem like a nice guy, but I think our judicial system is all crooked, and most judges are paid off and told what to think and told what to
What
do."
the
And
fuck?
yeah,
That is just
Sounds like a fun
nuts.
afternoon.
I would have been like recording that.
and he didn't even get excused right away. Like, and then the defense attorney said, "I got to dig deeper on these questions here," and she kept like digging deeper. She talked to him for like 15 minutes, like, and he was just like, "Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I found that money can pretty much buy anybody's opinion." He's just like,
Well,
and then she's like, "What do you do for a living?" He's like, I pretty much just what did he say? I pretty much just involve myself in political matters." And they were like, what does that mean?
He
Oh,
argues on Facebook.
he said, I write my state senators, governor, representatives. I send them a
Wow.
letter every single day, and I send them an email every single day.
Wow.
Sending them links to the things that are going wrong in our country, and he's just like, and I've gotten
I
to the
wonder,
point now.
I wonder if he's truly independently wealthy, or he just, like
I don't know.
me and my social security check is all I need. I'm independently wealthy.
He
I
was a
can see
hoot.
myself saying stuff like that one day. It's like, yeah, I bring in about
One day.
25,000.
He was an absolute hoot. He just like
Old.
he said he was 59 years old, if I remember correctly.
So he's only 9 years older than you,
Yeah,
and he's off the deep end.
yeah. Well, who knows? I mean, I no,
there's time.
because somebody asked him. They said, do you? What did they say? They said, no, yeah, like they said, what did he is just like somebody said, no, the judge says it said I admire your candor, and he said, well, it might be all BS, but it's true to me.
What?
I was just like,
Is he on the jury?
no. When they asked, that was my problem. My other big mistake was then they asked everybody from a scale of 1 to 5, how much do you want to be on this jury? And they went backwards. So I was like the third person to answer it.
So you're
And
like
the
5.
No, for what? So the first person was like a 3, and the next person said a 4, and I was just like, oh, what should I say? And I was like, I'll say a 3. Because I'm sure there's gonna be a ton of people that are be like, oh, I just love the idea. And they're gonna go 4s and 5s, right? I was like, so I'll just, but I didn't want to be like, I didn't want to be like,
I need to look at the rules of Vordire in Minnesota, man.
yeah. And I was just like, and so I just said,
Talk to me. I've never been asked any of those kind of questions.
and I said a 3, and she said, why a 3? And I was like, I said, if I get picked, I will do my civic duty, but if I get sent home, no big deal. I got lots of work to do, and then of course after me, like literally everybody was like 1 2 1 1 1 2 1 2 2 1 2 2. I was like, oh no.
But you should have just been honest.
Well,
whatever.
Here's the weird thing is that
when I was in the DUI case, I got asked on a 1 to 5 how much of a drinker I am. I'm like, I'm not fucking telling you. What are your business?
I'm a 5.
I'm like, I'm a 5. Proud of
Well,
it.
when they got to the conspiracy
drunk
guy,
every day.
they said, what are 1 through 5? He's like, a hard and constant 1. He said.
A hard and constant 1.
Hard and constant.
Who was that?
That was the Trump 2020 guy.
And he's got nothing going on. He should be glad to be. Whatever. That's so hilarious.
One of these days, I want to get called so bad.
I never have either.
Man, it's such a waste of time.
I've been up to the selection and I got discharged, but I've been through it, like I said, with my sister on the criminal end. I went through the whole system. But
I mean, the idea of it is fascinating, right? I mean, it really is
boring though.
But like all I'm doing, like there was every time we've had a break, I've been racing back to my phone to try to answer questions because, like, literally, like S has hit the fan on several different things that are going on within Gray Fox that only I have any power over whatsoever. Just like that I have to figure it out. And it's just like, so I'm racing back and I'm answering emails and Facebook messages and things like that, trying to fix stuff. And so like the entire time I'm just like, oh, this sucks. And now we're supposed to get a blizzard tonight. And they're like, well, we might not have court tomorrow. So we'll have to, and I'm like, well, that's cool. Then I can like have a day off and I can get some work done. But also that means my Friday is shit canned. So
maybe they'll do a 2-hour delay.
I did a 1 week on a insurance claim for a car accident where the woman was rear-ended.
When they hit your building?
And basically their case was triggered off a whole bunch of events that made her basically really, I mean, she was really messed up, like spinal problems and like basically in a wheelchair. And they were suing for big money. And when you rear end, or she rear ended somebody else. And oh no. Yeah, she rear ended somebody else. And then after the case was over, we saw the damage. The license plate was dinged.
What?
I was like, we should have seen this from the beginning.
Yeah, why wouldn't they show you?
I mean, they're like, they're like, oh, it would have been too prejudicial. I'm like,
what?
yeah. You want, I mean, they were like, the spinal injury went down, like, wrecked her life. I was like, I don't see how a little tap in the back in a car accident can cause that kind of thing.
Maybe because they were lying.
Did the airbags deploy?
But we don't know.
It seems like those would be good questions that the defense lawyer.
She was
Yeah.
rear-ended now I can't remember if she was rear-ended or I think she rear-ended somebody and that guy fled the scene because he was, potentially illegal.
Yeah.
And it was just so weird. Like he stopped short apparently, and that was the reason why she tapped him. Anyway, I don't know. I can't remember now, but it was bad. And it was some fucking fucked up shit too. Like her husband had to come in and testify that they couldn't have sex. I'm like, yeah, okay, well, I don't really need to know that.
Really, that's pretty important information. Like,
The most important information is like how the accident happened and like who was responsible, really. And we basically found her 51% responsible for the accident, which is zero money, by the way. If it was over 50%, then we're basically not to answer any more questions. We went 51, done. I mean,
So she got no
the group was
money?
100% in the yeah.
Well, that's crazy.
And then when we saw the actual damage of like the car, it was like literally the license plate was just dented. I was like, okay, I don't think that accident really caused any real problems there.
well, she didn't get him.
But you did your civic duty. You should be proud of yourself.
A civil lawsuit, yeah, did the civic duty. That took a week.
I didn't say
Probably
it
a
had to be
week.
fun.
It took a week.
Yeah, it's long.
It took 3 days for an attempt. Oh no, wait, he put it out. Never mind.
Yeah.
The DUI was 3 days. Just fucking annoyed with that.
So angry.
I was on an attempted murder case too, and that was or attack of no, not attempted murder. What do you call it? Assault with a deadly weapon. That took a week. That was when I was in college, and we could not understand that case at all. We couldn't, like, there was whoever the prosecution was so bad. We're like, you've got the guy who was stabbed on the stand, and he didn't know who stabbed him. Or how it happened. That's hard to prosecute somebody when the guy who got stabbed, they said, I don't know what happened. I mean, I guess he was maybe protecting the friend, the guy, but they weren't friends. I mean, he stabbed him. They were fighting over a song being played on a boombox. I wanted to know what song it was. I wanted to ask, which song is it? Because
It's Raining Men.
yeah, exactly. I was just like, it's crazy.
Yeah, people do some crazy shit.
Oh yeah. Well, what are you gonna do?
Attempt with a deadly or assault with a deadly weapon, the civil lawsuit case over the insurance thing with the car accident, a DUI. There was one more, wasn't there? I can't remember now.
They must like you, Scott. Like I said, the furthest I went was a jury selection, and
They asked me, have you ever? They asked you have you ever? Has anybody been on a jury before? And I raised my hand, and they're like, oh, how many times? I'm like, Or what was the case? Well, which one? And they're like, oh, there's more than one. I was like, yeah, I've been on 3 juries. Any criminal ones? Yeah. What was the verdict? Not guilty. Okay.
It's not like Texas is small where they wouldn't have a big pool to draw from.
Well, it's Dallas. I've been on 3 juries in Dallas and 1 in Florida.
Yeah, never.
All right.
I never even got selected here in Delaware, but they do call the hell out of me. Like every time I re-up my license, I notice they hit me at least once a year for 2 or 3 years.
So here's what I did, Lance, in my jury trial or the questionnaire. The defense said, no, I can't remember if it was a prosecutor or defense. I don't remember. Does anybody here have an example of a company that acts poorly or acted badly? And I go, yeah, all the cigarette companies for years have lied about their causing cancer. Oh, okay. Where do you get your information from? I'm like, what do you mean? Where? I said, oh, TV, internet. That's what I said, I think. Okay. I was off that jury. They're like number 1, number 2, number 3, number 5, number 6. Like I was like skipped, and I was 4th in line, man. That's like right off the bat. I'm like, I gotta say something. This was a potentially 1 to 2 week trial about determining the amount of money and damages of a case that already had been determined of whether or not guilt was already decided, or like fault was already.
Ooh, cool.
I'm like, no fucking thank you.
Yeah.
No, thank you. I don't even make a decision here. I just have to figure out money based on 2 fucking weeks of information. I'm really glad I did not get on that one. That would have been really.
Well, and there's like a certain allure to it, right? Where you're like, oh, I'm on the jury. But then like you're there and
No,
you're
not
like,
anymore for me.
God, just
I've wasted so many hours just sitting around doing nothing. And some of the people are nice to talk to. And usually when I'm, in the last one, I got to talk about board games a lot because everybody was like, oh, board game, and then I just talk, whatever. And it sort of passes the time.
Yeah, I mean, that's my my wife says, she's like, that's like the worst thing about like whenever she's like doing any sort of a situation where it's like, oh, let's go around the room and tell her a little about yourself and your family, and then like whenever she has to like, oh, my husband does board games for a living, just like everybody's like, wait, what was that? What was that?
Yeah.
She's just like,
I wonder what my wife says.
he's a lazy bum.
He's a lazy bum. So my girlfriend in high school's mom got on a jury, and she had to basically, they're like, tell us about your family, and she had to say that both her sons were juveniles, juvenile offenders, because they had both committed crimes. I'm like, ugh, that sucks.
Hey,
I don't know if you could bring board games to play. I have not broken that barrier yet.
I'm sure they don't want you doing it on the stand.
Just play at a micro.
Well, that guy, they got the one guy kicked, or the one lady got kicked off the Elizabeth Holmes trial for playing Sudoku, but she was playing well on her. She was hiding it in her notepad.
Well, that's what I mean.
I don't want to, believe me, I don't want to be behind any mistrial for like playing games or none of that shit. You know what I mean? I'm like,
yeah, I get you.
Like if
I can restrain myself for that long, even though it's deathly boring.
Yeah. I'm sure being on the other end wasn't much fun either.
No, probably not.
well, anybody play any games? Anybody got a game they want to talk about?
I played a pretty interesting game tonight. I played Dexterity Jane.
Pickle?
Was it Flip and Pickle?
No, I played more than just that game, surprisingly. No, it's like this weird finger game where like you put out these cards and you have to contort your fingers and like bend them all in the right way, then put them on the table as fast as you can. And it was fun. It's not gonna be for everybody if you don't like the idea of bending your fingers, but 3 to 9 players, good long player count, good as a filler weight game if you're waiting for somebody to come to game night. We played at 3 players, had fun. Plus there's lots of variants and stuff like that. I liked it. I know it got trashed on by the Dice Tower, I think, but I enjoyed it.
I played
That'll
Bootleg.
show those stiffs over at the Dice Tower.
Well, I didn't actually watch the video. I just looked at the comments. I was like, wow, I bet this is going to suck. And then it didn't suck. And we were like, oh, cool. Doesn't
How
suck.
much did In a Pickle make you the last week?
Oh, man. Let me check. Oh,
All right, I'm gonna talk about Bootleg because that's an actual game.
Fuck, what are you trying to say?
I'm
Board
just messing
game
with the
snob.
force. It's the new Alexander Pfister game, very much in the vein of Maracaibo. You are selecting an action. There's an action board where it's like, depending on how far down the line you pick the action is how far you move on the river. And the river is how fast you go. There's not a huge advantage to getting down the river super fast, but you basically, if you take a long move down the river, you can choose up to that number of spaces so you can kind of land on the river spot that you want. It's a card tableau builder. So you're building your tableau, which gives you upgrades. It's a little bit of an engine builder. Sometimes you get stuff by doing stuff, and it's an interesting game. It's really long. It was really long for us, and I really don't know why, because it didn't feel like it should be. Because all you're doing is doing your one action on a turn, and now the action can be complicated. I mean, it can be like buying cards or recruiting people or putting presents on the board. Like you're trying to build up this town around this lake, around Boot Lake, and it's kind of cool. It's a little too much. It just went on too long for me. I was like, I wanted to be over an hour before it did. I mean, and we didn't even finish. We went 4 hours with 4 players and did not finish the final scoring. We had like one more segment to go, which
That
would have
sounds
taken
like
like another
fun.
hour.
That sounds.
It's
way
going to be
better
super
than my-
popular though, because it is a gamers game. I mean, it's got a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, Maracaibo.
It's very much like Maracaibo.
Maracaibo fell flat for me. I remember when I played it. You know, I was just kind of
And
like,
you're running around the river. If you end the river early, everybody catches up to you, and then you they lose all out of actions. So you can kind of screw people up by ending the river trip early, but you're going around it 2 times. Is it easier to learn the Maracaibo? I think so. Yeah, it seemed pretty easy to me. Doesn't have that much. Do I put out a top 10 list of the year? I think I might this year. Played a lot of games this year.
Really?
Do it.
What,
Alright,
what kind of top 10, Scott? Solo or?
No, everything. I mean, I played a lot of multiplayer stuff this year.
Yeah.
I might mix it
Even
up.
pickle. So someone asked was $3.48 in the last week on 205 views and no new subscribers, but $3.48.
Boon Lake is not as good as Ark Nova, says Paul Tompkins. I don't know, but maybe. For me, Ark Nova was more interesting, but I mean, God, I don't think I can play these 4 to 5 hour long games anymore and really love them. There was some other game I played and I cannot remember what it was.
Can't be that important.
I'm like, I'm sure as soon as I see the picture, I'll remember. Oh, we played, yeah, that game.
That game?
Uh,
Never heard of that.
I can't remember the name of it now.
Is it like this game?
No, it's the cooperative science game from Orange Nebula. Useless? No.
unsettled.
Unsettled. Well, we spent 15 minutes trying to figure out how to play with turn order. I shit you not, it is not in the rule book. It is in the example turn at the last page of the rule book. That rule book is 30 pages long. And I mean, it's not, and we're not being stupid. We're not trying to be dumb, because we played a lot of games.
That's not where crucial rules should be.
But if you don't tell people that everybody takes a turn and then the next player takes the turn and the next player takes a turn in clockwise order, I can't assume that with a cooperative game. I'm like, do I take a turn and then anyone else can take a turn? Or, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of wiggle room. Plus you have an endurance thing. Like you run out of stamina. I could take multiple turns potentially. I mean, it's not, but I wrote to Mark and I'm like, how do you take a turn in this game? What does the turn order work? It's not in the rule book. It just says when it's your turn, do this. Okay. A one blind play test from someone who understands these things would have found that. Anyway, minor quibble. It's pretty cool. It's really about problem solving of how to move around a planet really quickly. Like you always run out of time moving. You're basically trying to move around the planet and do these tasks to advance the story, which is cool. It's really cool. But it's all about figuring out a puzzle about how to move. I was like 90% of this game is trying to figure out the movement puzzle. And I'm like, where's the other stuff? Like I've only played 2 planets, so I don't know, but I wanted more. Because it's a Star Trek like away missions kind of game. It's really cool. And some of the stuff is really awesome. Like the hallucination. The first planet is basically a spore planet, and you get hallucinations that let you do certain things that are kind of cool. Like you can slow down time and stuff, and really it's really good that way. Like it's just most of the time we spent was trying to figure out how to move people around the map efficiently, which to me is not that fun.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I appreciate
it's good.
we appreciate your honest review.
It's an honest review. The presentation is awesome. The graphics are awesome. Just wish it was a little more Ameritrash. That's all.
Nah, they didn't make it. There wasn't going to be an Ameritrash game. You were a fool, Harry Potter.
The fact that you can carry a character is the thing that makes it hard to figure out how to move people around. Right? Because if I move you, that's one less space you have to move yourself. So we had to figure out these weird like movement puzzles, and your robot can push people and pull people, which is another movement puzzle problem. So anyway,
Would you play it again?
I need to look and see what the missions are, like, which sucks because it's you spoil it for yourself. But like,
Yeah.
I need to maybe read reviews of the mission level, the mission reviews, because if it's just super crunchy time crunch to get to the end of the game, like you run out of time, right? Every time you do a move, you run out of time. So if you go 5 rounds of time, you basically lose because you run out of endurance.
Right.
Every time you flip the time track, which is I think 6 turns or 6 hourglasses, which you can spend more hourglasses than 1 on a turn, but you always spend at least 1. And if it's, I don't know, I'll play it again. I thought it was cool, but after 2 games, I was just like, it's all movement puzzle.
Yeah.
I wanted more. I mean, I like the flavor around it. Should I spoil one mission? There's 1 out of like 6 missions that we looked at. You crash land on a planet that's desert. Your ship is being taken by a Titan, like a massive monster or whatever, right? And you have to figure out how to research the storm on the planet. There's a electric storm happening. And you have to research that to figure out how to project yourself across this canyon to get to the other side to get your ship back. That's the.
Well, thanks for ruining it, spoiler, Matt.
Well, whatever.
Spoiler
That's not a big spoiler. That's not even half the spoiler. So, but that's cool, right? As an idea of a game.
Yeah, it sounds neat.
Yeah. It was funny. We put all this effort into just trying to figure out which ship we wanted to play. And the first sentence in the rules is like, take your ship and put it off to the side. You will not be using it right now. Like, okay. That was kind of hilarious.
Suckers.
Sucker. Anyway, all right. Those 2 games. I had a good day. Despite me not loving both games.
I played Desuko. It's Sudoku.
Sucko?
I don't know. We figured it out. It's Sudoku with dice. You play on like these 6x6 grids instead of like 3. But yeah, it's interesting. It was okay. It's not anything I'd recommend to anybody ever, but it's it's not. Bad. I mean,
I wouldn't recommend this game to anybody ever.
Well, I mean, maybe if your family is just crazy about Sudoku, and you guys you play it together, or you do it together. But other than that, like no, like it doesn't set itself apart from any other game I've ever played. It's just, it's there.
It's not a
It's one of
good-
those ones where I'll forget about it in like 6 months until someone like says, "Oh yeah, it's this," and be like, "Oh yeah, that thing." One of those games.
One of those.
It's one of those games. Cool.
It's a very forgettable game. I mean, I'd love to say it's fantastic or terrible, but it's neither. It's serviceable.
So I want to play Bitoku, which is a Devere game. Not Devere. Or is it Devere? I can't remember.
Like every mind.
But I've heard it's really long. Some of these games just need editing.
Editing or
Just trim down, like
You think it's the games or
it's Devere.
the people that
Man, I'm just
you've
saying,
been
like,
conditioned?
3/4 of the way through the game, we knew who was going to win Boon Lake.
Oh, that's not fun.
Yeah. You get it's a deck of cards that's like 4 times, it's like 4 decks of cards put together. So the randomness of like what you draw is huge. Huge.
I know of a game that is it does not take too long.
What's that?
Last Light. The 4X experience in an hour or less. Coming
So,
soon to
coming soon to
crowdfunding from Gray
Kickstarter?
Fox Games.
Thank you
in
for the
early
ad.
2022.
Oh, I'm back in that game.
You're
like to.
goddamn right you are.
A lot of long heavy Euros have come out in Q4. Essen put out a lot of Euros. Trying to think of what I want to play this weekend. I mean, it's like one more week before Christmas. You might break out the Assassin's Creed. Has anybody played that? Anybody back it? Just me. Stupid old me.
Stupid old you.
Just
Scott.
stupid old.
I got
you.
more boxes of Joan of Arc today, which never gonna play Joan of Arc. My God.
Did you?
There was. Do you know how much comes out of that came out of the Joan of Arc Kickstarter? I mean, it was probably
Oh,
You know
for
those-
as much as
you
they
know those
charge.
100-gallon tubs you can buy at Target.
Yeah.
That have wheels on them.
Yeah.
That plus was the first wave.
Wow.
2 more giant boxes came today, and I'm like, oh, cool. What is it? Joan of Arc.
You're like, oh, cool. What is it?
Oh, cool.
Oh.
Game I'm not gonna play.
And you're like, you shouldn't have. No, really. You
Scott,
shouldn't
why,
have.
why
back
did
in
you get? I'm curious at Joan of Arc in particular. Why did you get that? Game?
I feel like I read something about Joan of Arc that there was going to be a cooperative game made for it, and I don't know if that's out yet. Maybe this is what that is. I need to really look at it actually.
I know they were originally like entwined with Destinies from Lucky
Duck?
Duck Games, but then they
Yeah.
dropped the theme.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's why they went with this
Hmm.
Joan of Arc thing. But you know
You
this
have
game.
no interest in
This
the game
is
now?
this is a pretty long game, though, right? This, if I remember right.
I never played the Joan of Arc. It's a war game. Yeah, that's why I'm like,
Like, does anybody even know what kind of game it is?
it's a war game. It's a skirmish game.
Yeah,
Wait,
that's what-
Is it
But it
time
has
of
scenarios.
Arc?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's really pretty and really well like produced, right? Like I mean, I don't know if the game's any good, but like all the production and look of it is all really awesome.
I can't really see skirmish games being like a throwing like that.
And they had 15 expansions, that all look
Oh my
Great.
god!
Time of Legends, Joan of Arc.
Sucker. But Scott, did you buy this?
Relive the golden age of chivalry in a narrative
narrative? Ooh.
game of knights, heroes, and dragons, 2 to 4 players.
So why are you not playing it?
Because it's like a war game. It's a skirmish game
Oh,
where you're moving pieces around and like fighting and stuff.
That's what I'm getting at. Why did you buy it, Scott? Was it for you or the
I thought there was
library, or-
gonna be a cooperative mode with
It
all
all
this
said
awesome stuff that
talked
they put in it.
yeah, that was
So,
my.
like you against the game,
But
or
I
the
think I
players?
misread. I think I've misunderstood it.
So you just spent 50.
You know me. I just don't. Like,
or 700,
More
whatever
than
the
that.
hell it was. I can't remember.
Yeah.
I
Gone
know
are
it
the
was up there.
days where we'd be excited about games like this.
those are
Skirmish, skirmish
are-
games never really did anything for me.
No, I mean I can't do a skirmish game anymore. I'm not. Like I'll play Dice Throne. You guys play that?
Yeah, Dice Throne's good.
But that, the setup is a minute and you can finish it in half an hour if you have a battle. And there's no tactical map movement. Kind of done with that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Just so spicy, Scott.
I was we were honestly having a conversation in my group and like trying to figure out like, what do I like? It was mostly me because I'm picky.
so which
Everybody
one?
else is very easygoing.
You would hate my game group so much, Scott, with all the shit we play.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I would be gone.
Oh my gosh. That's like a prerequisite of joining my group. And it's like, yeah, the first game or two, they're gonna be interesting. That Dexterity Day, though, I think it's gonna be popular. I really do. It's from the same people who did Magic Maze. And they
I like
printed
Magic Maze.
like 9 different languages. So I'm gonna guess
But
they
you
printed
basically have to contort your fingers to match a pattern.
you put out a bunch of cards, and the cards all have different hands on them, and then they're in different orientations. It just makes your brain think completely different.
Is that like Bunny Bunny Moose Moose?
I haven't played that one. That's the I know which one you're talking about. That's the Lotto game, right?
Yeah, that makes you do the little things of
I've never actually
the
played it.
antlers or not.
I remember the Bunny Bunny Moose Moose rule stated if you won't allow yourself to relax and have fun, you have no business playing Bunny Bunny Moose Moose.
Yes, I remember that. Instantly hated by most of the people who like Lotto games.
Yeah. And like the inside had a picture of some guy like being all frumpy, like,
there's
like I don't want to.
angry
I'm
guy.
not gonna play Bunny Bunny Moose Moose.
I know what I'll play. That Uwe Rosenberg game that came out last year, which I cannot remember the name of. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Last year.
Nope.
It's not Agricola, like Agricola. Uwe Rosenberg.
What did he do? Is that a record?
Let's see.
Caverna?
I might play Caverna. That might be a good one for us to play.
That's
I'd
a
like to
good
play
game.
that again. Yeah, I haven't played that.
Heller Tau was the game I'm trying to remember. Lead
never
a
heard of
small
that.
town, grow hops, improve workshops, and raise wealth to develop further. That's the short description on page 2. Sounds right in my alley. Farming.
Farming.
Passion. Huh?
What was the best game you guys played this year? Or top 5 besides Sleeping Gods?
Well, Sleeping Gods is definitely on that list. I mean, I'm not going to say anything from Gray Fox, even though, like, if I was people, I mean, there's a fair number that would be, but I'm not going to be a shill.
Blah blah blah. What's your top 5, Lance? Stop talking about Gray Fox.
Motherfucking. Let's see. I would go. Well, just in no order, no uncertain order. Sleeping Gods, Unfathomable.
Ooh,
Unfathomable.
You
I
should've
mean, I'm
known
just.
that
I
one.
mean,
That might make you know what? We should play Unfathomable.
we did.
4-player.
Your game group?
Yeah,
Do you like your game group?
I do.
Do they like you?
They brought it up.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Eh,
I
I thought you were. Oh, maybe that was just you. That
Am I allowed to answer?
When someone has to take half the time to play to go work, it makes it a little hard to play.
Oh, get over yourself.
Got a point.
Anyway,
Got a point.
So, I mean,
You want-
I don't have my copy of Unsettled yet, so I don't know.
Mhm.
I'm really excited to play that, but I don't own it yet. So, anyway, Unfathomable, Sleeping Gods, the new Car Wars,
Okay.
which it manages to capture the feel of the old Car Wars without like the hey, let's spend 2.5 hours micromanaging our car and putting it together, and like which was fun back in the day. I'll say that all day long. I mean, just like, okay, I'm a luxury class, so I have 16 spaces and I have this much weight, and which suspension am I going to use, and then like trying to make like a cool car with like weapons and whatever, which was fun to do. But The new Card Wars allows you instead, now it's just different cards. You just, and certain card combinations work, and what type of cards you can put in. Certain cards will take up too much space or whatever, so you can't use that with other cards. So it's kind of neat. And the car models are larger, and so it's much more of like an X-wing type experience, with the turnstiles and everything like that. So it was fun. I enjoy it. So it captures the essence, if you will. Anyway, so let's go. So I did Car Wars, Sleeping Gods, Unfathomable, Vagrant Song, and man, I'm trying to think here.
How do you search on BGG again by year? I always forget that.
Advanced search.
Yeah.
I can go down some of the games if you guys want.
I don't think I played any games this year.
Let's. God,
Dune Imperium.
I'm trying to mostly. I played so many.
I think Oath will be in my top 5.
Yeah,
I freaking love
I was
it.
trying to decide between Oath. I was trying to decide between Oath and the new Clash of Cultures, but
I have not played that. Have you played Cascadia? Anybody?
I'll go with Oath for the round up my top 5.
I got Cascadia. Do you want me to share my screen for this list, or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Let me close some windows here. Might be some secrets up on my screen. We got a delivery today. Great. On the 2 days before we shut down for the year.
Yeah, what'd you get?
Container showed up.
Ooh.
One
Like
might
the
only
game?
guess what's in it. A container full of it.
A container of container?
What is something we sell of that might take a container?
Apparel?
Bits.
No, it's bits.
Yeah.
It's one game.
One game?
Yeah.
Oh, Quacks.
Bedlamberg?
That would be, yeah, it sucks. It's right before we shut down, so I can't really sell
can't
any.
Get him. Man.
Everybody's jonesing for him.
Look at how smart I am. What do I win?
Good job.
You
You
win a
won
bit
a free gift certificate to the BGG store.
for 1 bit.
For one bit.
One
A
bit.
bag? No. One
bit.
bit.
So this is your list, Scott.
Well, this is ordered by Board Game Rank on BGG for 2021.
Okay.
I'm very surprised Cascadia is high as it is, because I don't feel like it did anything like new. Did it? Am I wrong? Nobody played it? Nobody played it?
Wait, I mean, back up. Is Dune Imperium this year, or was it the year before?
I think it was last year. Yeah. Won the
Was it?
remember,
I mean,
it won the best
wasn't this year,
card
then
game last
that
year at
made-
BGG.
Yeah, okay, never mind.
The deck building game.
Was it available last year?
Yeah, it came out last year. Cascadia.
I still
It's
played
really good. Top 10, maybe, not top 5. Crew, I have not played the new Crew. Anybody play it?
I haven't played the old crew.
I need to get
Ankh?
up.
Anybody play Ankh?
No,
Anybody play Terraform Mars Ares Expedition?
didn't play the original.
I think it's pretty good. Oath?
Nope.
Destinies? I know
That's probably my game of
fourth,
the year
yeah.
right now.
Game of the Year. Yeah, I
Maybe.
need to play that again because we played it wrong.
Surprise.
Yeah, well, you're supposed to read the back of your card. It
I
tells you
remember
what
you-
your destinies are. Like we did
Oh,
not.
yeah.
I
notice
remember you
that.
saying that.
I was so. I
Yeah, that's
felt
a
so
big mess up.
stupid.
Yeah.
Canvas. Anybody play the Canvas game from Kickstarter?
Never heard of it.
Kubitos is pretty good. I liked
Never heard of it,
Kubitos.
I haven't played mine yet.
You haven't played it yet? It's fun. It's like a dice building game.
Actually, no, I played a prototype at Darkstone with the dudes, with John. But
Meadow. Anybody? I know everybody is freaking out about Meadow. You can't buy it. Nope, nothing. Kemet, Blood and Sand. I heard this one's good.
I have the original. I don't know if it's worth
Okay.
it.
Hadrian. We got to play more games apparently as a group. Hadrian's Wall. I've not played that.
I hear good things.
Yeah, it looks fun. I want to play it. Maybe I'll play that this weekend. Furnace is awesome. I really liked Furnace.
Yeah,
But it
first
doesn't
is-
do anything new. It's nothing new. But it does what it does, it does well.
Doesn't matter if it's new.
No.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it feels like a game I played.
Yeah.
But Imperium Classics is pretty fun. It takes too long though for a deck builder. Well, it's not really a deck builder. You play a deck and you try to do the most you can with it. It's really clever. Definitely top 10.
Definitely.
Red Rising, anybody play that?
I wasn't impressed.
Same. Descent, anybody play the new Descent?
I have no interest. Yeah.
Bloodborne, the board game. Have not played it. Dominant Species Marine. I know Lance played this, right?
Which one?
Dominant Species Marine.
Yeah, it's I still like the original, but it's still good.
Is it as long as the original?
Yeah. I mean,
Uh,
and I don't mean to throw shade in any way, shape, or form. But it felt like unfortunately he wasn't able to complete it. You know, and
rushed.
so, you know, I mean, like there was that there was still playtesting and development that could have been done. It's still a fine game, and I've enjoyed it, but the first one is better.
Merchant's Cove, anybody get to play that? Nope. Summoner Wars, second edition.
I had no interest.
I didn't even know they made a second edition.
I heard that. Yeah. No interest.
Zombicide second edition.
Again, no interest.
I've not played that. Imperial Legends is like Imperium Classics, but just different factions. Carnegie, is that out?
I don't know.
I don't think it ever came out. I don't have my copy. New Railroad Ink Challenge, Lush Green Edition. Bullet Heart. Unfathomable. We played that. Yeah.
Heard
Most
that
of
one
us have played
sucks.
it. Yeah. Arc Nova, I played it. It's good. Too long for me. Adventures of Robin Hood.
You said
It's good. I recommend it. Unsettled. A sandbox survival game. So every time they say sandbox, I don't know if I agree with that statement. Witchstone. Oh, Witchstone is top 5. I love Witchstone.
Yeah, you did talk about that a lot.
Yeah, I really do. Dinosaur World.
Dinosaur Train? What?
Codex
Uh,
Naturalis. Agropolis. Anybody can speak up at any time. Coffee Traders. I know Lance, you played it, right?
Yep.
Top 5, top 10.
Top 10, maybe. It was one of those things where it was like, hey, this isn't heavy enough yet. Okay, well then keep cramming shit in. You know, it wasn't like they made it. It just didn't feel like they were like, oh my gosh, this is so heavy. It was just like it like I guess what's all the like when they created it, it felt like it was just like, okay, well this is kind of complex, yes, but they want a heavy game, so what else can we put in to make it even more difficult to get to the point? Instead of like organically just being that way, it just felt like the
Extra rules for.
yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, I think you've heard like the mechanisms just felt for the sake of the mechanisms instead of like, oh yeah, of course it makes sense that, you know, this would take this process or whatever. Still a fine game. You know, I couldn't design it. You know, I mean, I probably because I get bored, but you know.
Is Cartographer Heroes out? Is that an
Lance, have
expansion
you-
of Cartographers?
Lance, have you designed a game?
I've developed games. I mean, there's a couple of games that are on permanent hiatus between me and Philip are, you know, worked on, and I feel sad the pandemic kind of like you know, made it so that
Is this
that was
out yet?
unfortunate. Oh, excuse me.
It looks
People ask
great.
me all the time if I want to actually design games. I'm like, no.
Yeah, when you know how the sausage is made, it might take your love away.
Not just that. It's like I'm not in this for the love of developing board games. I
Yeah.
do love it. Don't get me wrong. It's just it doesn't drive me to do that like game designers do.
Has anybody played the Steampunk Rally Fusion?
No.
I know that, but this is a sequel, right? Like, or
Yeah.
a redevelopment of it, or
I never played the
Beautiful
original.
Kickstarter page.
it can be combined with the original Steampunk Rally, which is a new track with new events, part in the beer. So, yeah. Secret projects. Okay.
So like a standalone expansion.
I have played Korra and I thought it was fine. Maybe good.
What about Burglar Bros?
How's that for a review? Burgle Brothers 2, didn't play it. Genotype have not played it. Chronos of Crime 1900, I played that. Or no, I played the 1800 one, which, or 1500. And it's fun.
Which
Still
one
Winners
are you
Architects I
liking?
really liked. That's a 15-minute game, maybe 20.
Yeah, that's a clever game, but it just doesn't have any. I mean, it's like it's almost too quick.
Yeah, it's lighter than air, but it's fun. I'm not trying to say it in a derogatory way. It's good. I mean, I recommend it.
See what you're saying, Scott.
So Clover, very highly recommended. We played a lot of this at the con. It's fun.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's really good.
Okay.
Rift Force did not play. 2-player game. Botanic, build the best steampunk garden by winning the tiles you need. I didn't play that. There's Boone Lake. Maglev Metro. Meant to play this and did not. Tiny Epic Pirates have not played. Rolling Realms. I played it when it came out in the pandemic, like the print and play version. It's fun. Railroad Ink Shining Yellow Edition. Micro Macro have not played. After the Empire. It's a solid game.
Great game.
All right.
Rocket
More than
Men have
solid.
not played. Great Wall, is that out yet? Lawyer Up did not play. I need to play some games, man. Dinosaur
Yes,
Island,
yeah.
Rar and Right did not play. Juicy Fruits did not play. Role Player Adventures, yes, highly recommended. This is top 5 for sure. Chronicles of Drenagor is very good, top 5 for sure. I loved it. Initiative is good. Played it.
How long
top
is that
5.
one?
Cryo did not play. Excavation Earth did not play. Galaxy Trucker, yeah, it's good. Mind Management or MGMT, the psychic espionage game, did not play.
That's a great game.
Oh, yeah. What do you like it?
Why do I like it?
Yeah.
I like hidden movement games for one thing. But it was just a lot of fun. It was really engaging, and I played it. I've only played it once, and it was at a con. But Jay and Sen were both there, and they brought us
Right.
through it. It was really good. It was a lot of fun.
Did you play the hidden movement, or is it all
I
like
did.
is
I actually
everybody?
played 2 games. Sorry, I did
Yeah.
it once, and then I played the one of the other people. The second.
Did you
time.
unlock anything?
I don't recall. It was
Because it has unlocks and stuff. It's sort of, it's not legacy, but it has like hidden
Yeah.
stuff. Waste Night Second Edition did not play. Company Heroes did not play. I gave my copy to Rob. Mandala Stones did not play. Brew did not play. Atlantic Chase did not play. I didn't play Disney Villainous. I didn't play. Man, I had to play some games, man.
Yeah,
Adventure
what's wrong with
Tactics,
you?
Domain Sour. I wanted to play this. This one looked really cool. This reminded me of Fantasy Flight, or not Fantasy Flight, Final Fantasy Tactics.
Uh,
Llama Land did not play. Mini Rouge, yeah, I played that. It's very good. I really liked it, but it's only solo. Actually, it is 2-player, but it's basically a solo game. Roll Camera, top 5. I love this game. The filmmaking board game. It is so clever. Cooperatively produce a hit or so bad it's good movie. It's really good. Jekyll versus Hyde did not play. Funfair didn't play. Solomon Kane finally got my copy. I've not played. Pax Viking did not play. Lance, did you play this?
Which one?
Pax Viking.
I haven't got. I own it. I haven't got it to the table yet.
Trails. I did not play that. Messina 1347. Haven't played that yet. Kabuto Sumo. I did not play it. Tinder's Trail. I think I played it when it came out back in the the
Oh,
day.
Computer Sumo is my top 5. That one's
Okay.
so good.
That's a pushing game, right? Where you push your things onto the. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got like the coin mechanism, like where it's really cool.
Marvel United X-Men did not play, but I think I will like it because it's basically just Marvel United. Daimyo, Birth of the Empire, Rebirth of the Empire did not play. Summer Camp did not play. Flourish did not play. Mini Express did not play. Gollum haven't played yet. That was a big hit from BGG Con, or hit or miss. Some people really didn't like it.
Bro.
Shamans did not play. Welcome to the Moon have not played yet. Bristol 1350 have not played. Bitoku have not played. Wow. This is really eye-opening how much I have not played this year. Night of the Living Dead, a Zombicide game, did not play. Canopy did not play. Is that out? Probably not. You know what? Shadow Kings of Valeria, I think looked good. I want to play that. Horrified have played this. This is basically
Horrified.
the same as Horrified. The Night Cage have not played that. Shall I continue or?
No.
Well, I mean, what games have you played?
I
Do you
haven't played
remember
any.
anything? 10 I liked. I liked Stardew Valley. I liked Dice Miner. I liked Alien. I liked Final Girl. I played those. I liked Glow. Can't buy it. Coco
Which
Pelli
one?
was good. Glow.
Have you seen that TV show?
The Gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
I thought
It's
that
got,
game was about that. That'd be hilarious.
no,
It's got board game friend.
Board Game Geek friend of the show.
Summer.
Who?
Rich Summer.
Oh, that's right. He is in it.
Yeah,
They like just they get done making stuff for that. They're just like,
it's done.
yeah.
Coco Pelli, I really liked it. Kingdom and Origins, haven't played it. Let's scan here. Have not played. Bad Company looked good. I want to
So,
play it. Super
Rich
Mega Lucky
Summer.
Box is fun.
Speaking of Rich Summer, apparently Paul Solomon, who's the designer for Honey Buzz, is like buds with what's his name? John Hamm.
Oh, cool. I played
And they're like,
Intrepid.
can
I
you
thought
get
it
him
was
to
good.
promote the game?
Yeah. No.
He's like, he doesn't have social media.
John Hamm.
Yeah.
I like the new Azul. Thought it was good. It's very challenging. Ooh, so many games I've not played.
No. I do never.
Hunger.
Well-
I like the Hunger a lot.
The hunger.
Land versus Sea. I liked. Okay.
What time is it? It's 12 o'clock. Jesus Christ.
Well,
Time flies and you're bored.
Oh.
we can start talking
Nah.
about games.
That wasn't necessary.
I'm trying to wait till I get to the unranked parts just to see if.
You start listing off those ones towards the bottom, I'm sure I'm gonna have more opinions. Where's Desoku on that?
We're getting up there. Hey, free ride. Lance.
What?
Free ride.
Oh, jeez. There was
For science.
mistakes were made.
Yeah.
It was a total luck box.
Marches at Arc Road may not make 2021. Might have to move that to 2022. Last Message was quite fun. I had a good time with that.
Well, yeah.
I wanted to play Settlement, didn't get around to it. Keith liked it. Ultra. Hibachi. Need to play more games. Hey, there's your Car Wars right outside the rankings. Okay, come on. I'll stop sharing my screen now.
Yeah, you will.
Well, you know.
A lot of games.
Yeah, I mean, how many games can one person play in a year?
All of them.
Now, don't
That's
ask Steph
Steph
Hodge that. Yeah, I mean, I don't see how she does it.
That's incredible. Like, it's ridiculous.
We're trying to find the Bad Company, Paul.
The what?
We're trying to import Bad Company.
I don't know that one.
It's like a space-based game. You roll the dice, do stuff, you build your gang, try to escape the cops.
I gotcha.
It's fun. We did a game night.
We
Episode.
played Space Base with the Shy Pluto prototype or whatever it was called.
Mhm.
And with like 10 people, I think.
10 people.
Well, because we had 2 copies and it was so broken, but it was so fun.
Okay.
You have
Yeah,
exceeded
because
my
like
numbers.
if you're playing 10 players, did 2 people take their turn like as it went around or something?
Was it 10? No, it was 8. I think it was 8.
Mm-hmm.
But it was ridiculously fun. It was so silly. It was good.
So has anybody like had any of like the I can't find X, Y, and Z that I want to get somebody as a Christmas gift and it's bothering you?
Nope, my shopping's done.
I did pretty good this year.
I had a hard time finding some moccasin slippers for Giselle.
Really?
I have a gift recommendation if anybody's looking for like a last minute gift.
Okay.
Because they had to have leather bottom and not rubber sole. And
Oh, you mean just general?
A leather moccasin is hard to find.
Yeah,
it
they are.
is like just a slipper kind of thing.
Yeah.
It was so hard. I found them. There's a Canadian moccasin dealer that has them, but as opposed to the 1995 version that she got at Walmart, however many years ago, 20 years ago, I paid 60 or 70 bucks for them.
Wow.
I played I played Micro Macro for the first time with my
I'd like
with
to
my
hear
family.
Scott's recommendation first.
Oh,
Okay.
I mean, my wife's really hard to shop for. She's like, well, I don't want anything.
get her a
Like,
corksicle.
We already have one.
What the hell's a
Corksicle.
corksicle?
Yeah.
It's like
There's
a water
also a
bottle.
Pilsner.
They have different things. They have wine glasses and they have water bottles and they have
Oh, really?
different versions. I actually got Michelle the C3PO one. They branded with Star Wars too. So there's a Darth Vader,
really?
there's a C3PO, there's an R2D2.
We just have the little icicle that goes down into your wine bottle.
Chad would probably like
They're pretty
that.
cool. And I found out you can actually make them on imprint for imprint. So we might make some BGG ones.
Do you know what
cool.
else is really good? Does
They
she
won't be
drink
cheap
white?
though.
I'm
She
sure.
drinks white wine?
Not really, but yeah. Wine is
So-
drunk.
They have these
Wine
little-
is junk. Is that what you said?
Drunk.
Drunk.
there's
Drank.
little
Drank, drank or
little,
drunk.
little metal spheres that you can
Yeah.
buy. There's 2 of them,
Yeah.
and you keep them in the freezer, and they chill your wine without
Oh.
diluting it.
Okay. That's cool.
Kind of like the whiskey stones, but for wine.
Whiskey stones, yeah. I know they make a lot of corksicles. Some of them are I got Michelle. I asked Santa for the Darth Vader one. I think I might be getting it.
I drink my wine.
Were you
with,
nice this
room
year?
temperature.
I was nice.
If not, you'll be getting
Tried to
cold.
be. I mean, I typically buy myself whatever I want.
Yeah.
I don't get gifts much, but I put that as a gift to get me.
Yeah.
What else did I see that was kind of cool as a gift? I'm sure I found. Nothing really generic. We went to the mall last night. That was sort of fun, but sort of not.
But
Only half the people wearing masks, of course.
It's so. I went to Denver, and that was so eye opening. Just how little anyone in Indiana cares. Like,
Omicron's gonna wreak havoc, man.
it's so
I mean,
refreshing to see people actually.
I hope not, but
Like if I go into a grocery store in like 8 hours, 95% of the people are not gonna have a mask on.
yeah.
Like
you're talking
people
about in
who
your
do-
part of town.
No, that's just my whole city. Actually, you know what? When I go to the bad parts of town, they wear their like when I go to the lower
bad
income
parts?
area, they actually wear their mask. You go anywhere that's not low income in my area, and it's just no masks. But my kids are vaccinated. I'm vaccinated, so do whatever you want.
what I noticed, the kids came back to school and they'll wear you here. And what I noticed is before that, like I go into Wawa, everybody would have a mask on. Now that the kids are back, none of them do. I found that a little weird.
We
Yeah.
canceled our D&D game tonight because of the Omicron variant.
Did you?
Partially.
Are you not vaccinated
Is
or
anybody
what?
sick?
We are. But
Yeah, you're being cautious. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
I'm married to somebody who runs a shop, and if I get sick, then she'll have to close the shop.
Yeah.
And
Jen?
we can't afford to close the shop.
Jen just had somebody in her department get it, and they're all vaccinated, but her husband got it and gave it
Yeah.
to the vaccinated woman. So it's still transmissible. It's
Oh,
just
yeah,
not as
totally.
deadly, even with the vaccination. The whole department had to
that's the
get
point.
the test and all that again. But well, it's like the flu, the flu can kill and does kill people every day, but when you get the flu shot, the likelihood of it killing you isn't as great,
What are you trying
There's
to
this
say?
awesome.
Science. Read science. But
There's
yeah,
this awesome Law and Order episode where this dude sells saline solution as flu vaccine, and
He gets caught.
the closing argument, Sam Waterston pulls out this whole soliloquy about the movie The Third Man. It was really, really good.
The Third Man. I know the name, but I never saw
yeah.
it. Is that the dun 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 dun? Doesn't it have like a
Isn't it
very
Wizard of Oz?
specific soundtrack?
God, it's been a long time.
I know it has like a specific soundtrack.
I can't remember.
So Scott, I'm not asking you to be spoilerific or anything, but you watched Midnight Mass. You said you had.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Yeah,
I did.
yeah,
I ate it
yeah.
up. I ate it up.
So,
I
so
apologize, Scott. I thought it was more like
No, it's good. I thought it was good.
I thought it was more like the
I
Haunting
do
of
have
Hill
some
House.
problems with it, but
Yeah.
I'm overlooking those problems.
whatever issues you have are wrong.
Okay.
Oh, eagerly the camera.
Your fun is wrong.
Yeah, I thought it was more like that Haunting a Hill House, where it's like more of a supernatural type thing instead of a straight out horror. Yeah.
Right.
Well, don't spoil Haunting a Hill House because I haven't seen that.
Hmm.
Okay.
I'm gonna skedaddle, guys. Have a good night.
Oh, you're gonna leave. You're gonna leave before and after.
I gotta go. I'm on deadline and it's not going very well. So
Are
He's
you
hit a wall.
okay? Okay, anything we can do to help you?
can you
How
clone
about
me?
smart work?
Yeah.
I
if we
am quite the stick figure guy.
if we do before and after now, I can do it. No, we can
Do it. Let's do it.
All right, I don't have. I only have like 6 or 7. I
Okay.
apologize. Jury duties really messed me up here. So
I'm just thinking of the he's doing jury duty.
no.
So then, don't you make you go in and out a lot? You just have to like. They don't put you in the jury room for like an hour, 2 hours for doing nothing.
No. and besides, I need to like use resources and stuff like that to do that. So let's see here. No, I only got 7. Normally I try to have at least 10. So I apologize for that to begin with. Again, these are all board game related, but I'm running dry on board games. So I might have to like switch over to, I don't know, like 90s
Movies.
sitcoms or something.
Did you not get
Movies.
initials yet?
No, I haven't. So I don't know. Guy's busy. He hasn't, but whatever. I'll get it eventually.
His
No.
USPS sucks.
Maybe
Not
he's,
worried.
maybe he's not actually liking you anymore.
I'm
Maybe he
actually-
isn't. Maybe he isn't, and that's fine.
I'm
you
actually surprised with the post office, Matt. Scott got his thing ahead of time,
all right, here we go.
and it was the longest to get there that I shipped it.
Remember, it's not a contest. This is just to have some fun.
Hell, it's not.
Have some fun.
Marooned with Nathan Hale and Bob Denver with felines.
Forrest.
Forrest.
Gilligan's Island of Cats.
There you go. Gilligan's
Oh.
Island Cats.
There you go.
Well done. I almost had it.
Oh, I got the wrong Denver.
I had Gilligan for Island, but then
I was taking it, John.
Dropped off.
But it's Isle, so it's like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's spelled the same. It's spelled Isle and it's spelled Isle. So what are you gonna do?
Was the name of the show
Uh,
Gilligan's Isle?
Yeah.
Island.
Yeah, it was Gilligan's
Oh,
Isle. Ah,
Really?
don't worry. Who cares?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Island.
You know what?
Gilligan's Island.
Pilot the Nautilus and kill aliens with germs.
Say it again.
Pilot the Nautilus and kill aliens with germs.
I got the first part, Captain Nemo.
Pilot the Nautilus and kill aliens with germs.
It doesn't even War of the Worlds. It doesn't make.
Oh. It's Nemo's War.
Oh, all right, yeah.
Nemo's War of the Worlds.
Nemo's War of the Worlds, right?
I forgot about Nemo's War.
I need to play that
No,
Nemo's War.
game.
Have you guys played
Nemo's
that?
War is really good. It's a great solo game.
Is it good multiplayer?
No.
Okay.
But it's a
I
great
never
solo
played
game.
it multi.
All right. Stop the coming of the elder gods at Nakatomi Plaza.
Read that the first part again.
Stop the coming of the elder gods at Nakatomi Plaza.
Aldi.
Aldi.
Cthulhu, Death May Die, Hard.
There you go.
I didn't know that game either. Wow. Okay.
There you
I
go.
had Cthulhu War stuck in my mind.
Pretend to be engaged to someone in a coma while your steamship travels uncharted islands.
Oh, what's that fucking movie?
While you were sleeping? Gods.
Ah!
Yes. While you were sleeping gods. There you go.
Damn it.
How hilarious. Oh, man.
I'm gonna save that one. George Romero's classic terrorizes you in the cold.
Matt,
Matt.
Night of the Living Dead of Winter.
There
Yeah.
you
Good one.
go. The Star-Lord is a delivery man.
Aldi.
Aldi.
Guardians of the Galaxy Trucker.
There you go.
That's a good
Damn
one.
it.
Yeah.
That was
And
good.
then this is the one that's it's a little esoteric here, but explore the dungeons of Terranoth while pale trench-coated strangers pursue you.
Read that again, Scott. Lance.
Explore the dungeons of Terranoth while pale trench-coated strangers pursue you.
What's the first part, Scott?
It's Descent, I think, the first part. But is it Descent Journeys in the Dark? Something?
Yeah.
Give me a minute. I had the trench coat one and I forgot it.
What's the second part?
Explore the dungeons of Terranoth while pale trench-coated strangers pursue you.
Pale Trench-Coated Strangers. What is that?
You and I have both agreed it's a
Oh,
great
yeah,
movie,
yeah.
Scott.
I know what it is, but I'm not going to say.
Yeah.
Anybody else know it?
I do. I can't think of the name of it.
Kiefer Sutherland starred in the movie.
Yes.
Was Keeper Sutherland in that movie?
Yeah, he had a bit part as the doctor.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
God.
Man, I need to watch that movie again.
Yeah, it's so good.
Jennifer Connelly.
Yeah. Ooh. Hello, nurse.
Oh, not that. What the hell was the name of that?
And who's the main character?
Who?
What was his name?
Wasn't it Matt Damon? No.
No.
Yeah, David.
Matt
Uh,
Damon.
what was his name?
What movie am I thinking of?
I can't remember the main character's name either. Hold on.
I'm trying to remember the actor.
Yeah, it was Rufus Sewell.
Oh,
Who was
Oh!
who was the investigator though? Who was the chief?
Well, that was William Hurt.
William
what the
Hurt.
hell is that movie called?
Dark something.
Dark City?
Yeah,
There you go.
Darcy,
Remember
yeah.
that one? That's a good movie.
Yeah, it is.
he did
Where he
remake that
keeps
movie.
thinking of that. It's like a postcard or something.
What a nightmare that is.
So yes, Descent, Journey in the Dark City.
Dark City. Yeah. Good one.
Solid
Yeah.
segment, Lance.
Super good,
Solid.
Lance. Nice. Did you,
Jared
did you-
Leto was in it.
was that yourself?
So,
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to like. There's so many board games that are just one name, so it's just like, I can't really do
Yeah.
much with that,
That's good though. That was really
Yeah, yeah, they're fun to do. They're fun to like just think about something else for a while, and make something up. But anyway, Matt, I hope you get your stuff done. I want to say my one thing about Matt Damon. I can't remember the name of the movie to save my life. It came out. No. It came out like around the same time as some big like release that you'd wait in line to be able to go and see and like be there for it. And I forget what it was. I mean, to save my life, I can't remember the name of the movie it was. But you're like everybody, it was like a Star Wars movie or something like that. Like packed house. Everybody's just so excited to see this movie, and like whatever the trailers are. I mean, like they paid big money to be the trailers for that because they literally millions of people were gonna like see that trailer. And so you're selling this thing, and I don't know what. Like I said, I can't remember that it was Matt Damon was the lead of the movie, and they go through the whole thing, like the 2-minute trailer, and it's like, and then they get done, and there's like silence, and somebody in the crowd go, Matt Damon.
Was it a Matt Damon movie?
It was. My claim to fame was that, like, I forget. I think it was. I think it was like. I'll be able to tell you just because of like the I forget the name of the movie, but it was like Be Like Mike or something like that.
Mr. Ripley.
It was Like Mike, came
Like
out in
Mike.
2002, and so there was like it started Little Bow Wow or whatever, and he found a pair of Michael Jordan's shoes, and all of a sudden he could
I
like
remember that
dunk.
movie.
He could dunk and all this stuff. So like in 2002, so it was a Star Wars movie, it was a Lord of the Rings movie, it was something that everybody was just like jonesing. So we're in there, very first showing, midnight showing, me and my buddies, we're super excited, we're ready to go. This is gonna be awesome. And like the first trailer is like the new Matrix that's coming out, and everybody's it gets done, everybody's like, yeah, just screaming, top of their lungs, super excited. Next thing was like a Spider-Man movie or something. Everybody's just like, yeah, going crazy. And then the third trailer was for Like Mike, and it gets done, and it's silence. And I just stood up and went, yeah.
Matt Damon's in that?
No.
No, it was that was my, so
I don't know what that Matt Damon movie was.
I don't know what it was either.
Wasn't a Born Identity?
Maybe, I don't know. Remember that horrible movie Stealth about like the
with Jamie Foxx?
that was
Yeah.
like the plane that
plane that
learned how
crashed.
to that was a thing too. It was like a 2005, and like the stealth like trailer.
Bombed hard, didn't it?
Yeah,
Oh,
it did.
huge.
Like the stealth trailer came on or whatever, and like it got done, and everybody was just staring at it. And some guy yelled, "Stealth sucks."
Oh, Scott, I have a a list item for you for television.
Oh,
I don't know if have you ever watched Fringe?
a little bit.
It's excellent.
Yeah, I need to go back and watch it.
Yeah.
So, in case you're wondering, the critical response to Stealth was the Rotten Tomatoes film has an approval rating of 12% based on 141 reviews, with an average rating of 3.74. The site's official consensus reads loud, preposterous, predictable. Stealth borrows heavily and unsuccessfully from Top Gun in 2001. On Metacritic, the film has a weighted average score of 35 out of 100 based on 31 critics, indicating generally unfavorable reviews.
That reminds me that like
Roger Ebert commented the film was a dumbed down Top Gun crossed with HAL 9000 plot from 2001.
yeah, speaking of predictable, the second half of that Masters of the Universe show was like such a snore fest.
Yeah, I didn't get through it.
Which
Mm.
one?
The He-Man.
Netflix. It's on Netflix.
The Kevin Smith Masters of the Universe one.
Yeah. I know a couple of them recently came out.
All right,
But,
kids, have a great night.
Good night, buddy.
Okay, Matthew.
Yeah,
Good to see you, man.
cute.
Have a
Stealth sucks. Let's see
Stealth
here.
sucks.
Box office. The film cost $135 million to produce, not counting advertising, which it released in 3,500 theaters, but had an opening weekend of only 13.3 million. Peaking
That
at
just gotta
fourth
suck.
place behind Wedding Crashers, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and Sky High. It then lost 55% of its audience in the second week, dropping to seventh place with 5.9. It's just
It
like
would be hard to work on movies.
it ended up making 32.1 million in the United States and Canada, 47.2 million internationally, for a total gross of 79.3, making it the biggest loser in a series of financial disasters released by Columbia Pictures in 2005. Next to the movies Triple X, State of the Union, Bewitched, Rent, Zathura, Into the Blue, Man of the House, and Lords of Dogtown.
Zathura.
I liked Triple X.
The second one?
Well, was it?
That's
I don't
the
know
Ice
which one.
Cube?
I've only seen one, the first one, I think.
There's Vin Diesel and there's the Ice Cube one. I think the Ice Cube one is the one that bombed. Zathura, though, if you like Jumanji, is a spectacular follow.
Who likes Jumanji?
A lot of people.
Not the first
Somebody
one.
they made a remake.
Well, I
you
like
know
the
what
remake.
you know what I heard? Like supposedly they were gonna cast Robin Williams as Hagrid for the Harry Potter movies, but J.K. Rowling nixed it because she said only British actors could get the roles.
Oh,
I
okay.
Yeah.
heard Robin Williams wasn't too happy with the genie deal. After that,
Probably not.
Yeah.
Well, he liked the paycheck and he liked coming back for the third movie and making a bunch of money. So
So did you guys see the news today?
yeah,
What's that?
Asmodee,
Asmodee.
2.75 billion euros.
Billion.
Euros.
What's that in
How
real
much
money?
real money?
I just
can't
it's
fathom
one of
that.
those things where it's like I understand that like you're buying that as an investment. Like you the idea is that it's going to make you X amount of money in the future, right? And so I can't even imagine like
Me neither.
2.7. I mean it technically it hasn't happened or whatever,
Right. It's
but
been, yeah. I'm sure it could fall through.
well, yeah. And the thing
Yeah.
was, they said it was up for sale for $2 billion.
Yeah, and then someone comes along and buys it for 2.75.
So there must have been a
Like-
bidding war, right?
Yeah.
Maybe. But the interesting thing is, you know who bought them?
Yeah, the Embracer Group or whatever.
Yeah, which owns a crap ton of video game companies.
Yes, they do.
So
They,
I wonder if there's something there.
Like
Well, don't they own THQ, which is like,
Well, I can look.
yeah. I mean,
I know they own Gearbox,
yeah.
local company in Dallas.
Yeah. Well, good for them.
It's
I'm
interesting.
sure they're getting excited about cashing that check.
Yeah, I suspect it's not a single check, but yeah.
Oh yes, it'll be a process.
It'll be a large check. Look at the big one.
If you sold a company for $2.75 billion, would you ask for one of those giant checks they see the golfers hold on to?
Well, you know when what's his name? Notch sold Minecraft, wasn't it like in the 2 billion range, something?
I have no
Yeah,
idea.
no.
We sold the mic.
Yeah, he sold it for 2 point something billion.
It was a lot.
Now I'm starting to wonder.
It's still
do
paying
people-
off, man. Minecraft's a big deal.
It is.
2.5 bill. So it's worth more than Minecraft.
So not to change subject, but Kabuki Kid has said that like, because of the thing about J.K. Rowling and her less than stellar statements on Twitter about trans people and what have you, and it's just like, but isn't it crazy? And it's just like, and this is one of those things where I just like I will point to repeatedly where it's like people will die on a hill, and I'm not saying most people, some people don't. I'm saying some people, but depending upon how popular the creation is, we're willing to just pretend that like things don't happen and like still enjoy the creation, right? It's just like, I know, I mean, it's just like, I mean, I was never a giant fan of the Harry Potter movies. I mean, I'll watch them, but I've never been like all about it, right? But I mean, it's just kind of like one of those things where it's like, yeah, it sounds like she has some really outdated, horribly garbage opinions, but it's just one of those things where people are like, yeah, but we really like Harry Potter, so can we just say she sucks and like continue watching the movies? But whereas if like whatever the creation is lesser than that, we're like, oh yeah, cancel it, get rid of it, destroy it, obliterate it, make sure it never comes back again, make sure nobody ever sees it, nobody ever reads it, nobody has anything to do with it. But I don't know. It's just and I get it. I understand. It's hard to.
Yeah, I mean, art and the artist.
Yeah.
And the artist is not just usually a single person, right? It's a whole. I mean, with her, I have no clue. But it takes a lot of stuff. I mean, she wrote the books, right? Solo, no help there. But the movies were not made by her.
Well, depending on who you speak to, they say like there's a lot of ghostwriting going on and help, to get depending on who. There's that's long been rumored that like people point to like the first few books and how like they were relatively simple books, but as they progressed and went, they became more and more complex, and it showed a certain development as far as the writing goes. Now, that's not to say she just didn't become a better writer as time went on. I mean, why not, right?
It's also something like, I was thinking about this. I forget what I was thinking about, but so stubbornly holding on to some beliefs or whatever it is. I'm not, I'm speaking from ignorance. I really don't follow it all. I don't know it all, but to hold on to such whatever, that's not a value. I don't know what it is, but whatever, this opinion or that just really hurts a lot of people, but still stubbornly holding on to it without any regard for the feelings of other people.
Well, at this point, she's so rich, she doesn't have to think about anybody else either. Like,
sure, but like just as a human being, right? Like at some point, she got to, I don't know. I guess I have that empathy of like, maybe I have a belief that hurts other people and I don't know how, but I'll just give it up because like I don't understand it. Right.
So what I've realized is
I don't feel like I've been in that position, but
well, yeah. And what I've realized is that we tend to as long as it's easy, as long as it is relative, and admittedly, there are people that are hardline and they are like, they'll do it, right? They'll be like, nope, it's like, I'm not going to do this. But as long as it is easy to give up the thing that you feel that if you use it, it supports like an evil message, like not the thing itself, but the entity that creates the thing or makes the thing appear for you. We are absolutely 100% willing to just say, nope, not in my house. We're not that person, that thing's dead to me. But as soon as it's like, oh, well, I absolutely positively like either A, need it, or B, enjoy it, we're willing to let our personal feelings slide. And there are exceptions to every rule, right? And it's just, I mean, it's like clothes, man. I mean, it's just like everybody's like, cool, I can get a t-shirt for $6. Yeah, because some 12-year-old kid in China is being paid 10 cents an hour to make it for you. But we're so happy to get that t-shirt for $6.
No, definitely, it's a tough. Yeah, I mean,
and what are you gonna do? I mean, it's just like, well, I mean, I have to pay for my roof, and I have to pay for these bills, and I have to raise my kids, and and that car ain't paying for itself. So I'm not gonna go and buy a $60 t-shirt that was, not substantially better, but it was made in the United States. Still probably slave wages anyway. But I mean, it's just, yeah, I mean, it's just like we are so positive that we are like, that's the thing. You got me going down a fucking rabbit hole here.
Keep going, Scott.
That's the thing that I'm like.
I'm not sure I'm following the logic, but whatever.
My logic here is
just
this,
let him go.
Is that
building up? Look at him.
No.
It's like a pressure.
The logic here is this: is that I know there are a lot of people. I know a lot of people that stand up and speak out against certain people or certain entities or whatever. And yeah, that's awesome. Go and do it. I mean, and it's better to say something than not. But the thing is that it's like nobody ever has a complex conversation about like, well, but I can't speak up about these things because if I do, my job is in danger, or it's just like I still gain benefits from those entities or whatever. So I don't want to speak about them because then I'd be a hypocrite. And I get it. I don't, but I mean, it's all nuanced and difficult and whatever, but it's, I don't know. It's just, I'm getting old and cranky and yeah, I am.
Man, Lance, I can't wait until you get to that age where you can just do your channel and just fuck off. We're gonna have to do some collaborations then.
Oh, it's to the 7 people that will watch it, but I'll feel better every time I hit publish. I'll feel a sense of euphoria that will allow me to say whatever and yeah, I mean,
I don't know. I mean, I always feel, I don't know, I guess I'm too sensitive or empathic, but going out on these statements that she's come up with, like it hurts a lot of people.
It does. It absolutely hurts
who
a lot of
thought
people.
she was an ally.
So why haven't we canceled Harry Potter? Why hasn't it been ripped out of ripped out of sight? Because the person that's created them has completely hateful and outdated opinions that are just awful.
I am curious about that. Why?
History might not be so. I mean, it's not the hot shit it used to be.
But no, but why haven't we?
I guess there's a new movie coming out.
It is the hot shit, and there's even a TV show now that's
there's a bunch of shit coming.
Yeah,
I
mean, here's the thing: all this stuff has happened before, really, the true colors, honestly, right?
Yeah. But
so
I mean,
now, the true colors today would probably turn. Although now they have so much money, they can just do what they want. But
I mean, I'm asking a rhetorical question because the answer is money. But I mean, why haven't we, as a society, who seems to all agree that unless you want to claim there's some silent majority that just isn't speaking up, we seem to, as a society, be moving towards this premise that whatever you are, however you identify yourself, whatever you perceive yourself as, we need to respect that, and we need to create a culture and a world in which you feel safe and identified and protected. And I agree 1,000% with that. And it's just like, and any weird feelings I have over somebody else saying that I identify as this, that, or the other thing, that's my problem to do with it. They need to be able to do whatever it is that they want to do, and I need to do my best to support those people. And unless, of course, they're saying I identify as a neo-Nazi skinhead piece of trash, and then in which case, we need to throw you on an island somewhere so you can, go and not infect anybody. But anyway, the whole point is that we seem to be moving in that direction, right? To that kind of a world and that society. So if that's the case, why don't you see when J.K. Rowling says these things? Why don't you see like hundreds of directors and movie stars and whatever just standing up and saying you're an awful human being and we should never watch Harry Potter movies again? And it's because it's money. It's because they can't. Yeah, they can't. They can't do it. And it's garbage. And it's just like.
Oh yeah, did you see the news regarding the Incredible Dream?
No.
Kevin Wilson is the head of game development.
Head of what?
Game development.
What is the Incredible Dream?
It's a game company.
Who's Kevin Wilson?
Oh yeah.
Shut your
You don't know
mouth.
who Kevin Wilson is?
My mouth?
Shut
What?
your tongue. He's a
great
game
board game.
designer.
Arkham Horror Second Edition.
Arkham Horror,
Yeah.
Descent.
Oh, okay.
He's an old timer.
Not that old.
And a really
So
nice
Incredible
guy.
Dream is a new company that got formed. I don't know where they come from. I don't know much about it.
Oh yeah.
I think it's.
I know who he is.
It said something like secured $2 million in venture capital to start up board games.
Oh, he made Bacon the card game.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
I didn't know that. Cosmic Encounter. Oh yeah, Descent.
I mean Descent and Arkham Horror.
Oh, he made the Doom game. I didn't know he made Doom. Elder Sign. Damn. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he's made a few.
Some respect on that name. Fury of Dracula. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the Fury.
Says Incredible Dream raised $2 million seed round to create a fantasy game series for tabletop gaming fans. Los Angeles-based studio is making a game called Kinfire Chronicles, and it is making its original fantasy world characters, games, and transmedia experience for people who want to meet in person.
That sounds cool. Oh, he made the Munchkin collectible card game. Wow, he's got quite a few games in the top 1,000.
Yeah, he's a good guy too. And he is the director of games.
The Stuff of Legend.
Ooh.
Oh, he made that. That looks really good. That looks so good.
So that's what, like 3 or 4 of them that started in the last year or so?
Yeah, he's got a couple games from last year.
No, I mean companies like Peter Christensen. He went off with Corey Peterson. I'm sorry, with Corey. What was his name?
I know you're talking.
No, Christian Peterson exited completely. Corey's still sort of there in a sub company.
Oh, Corey's the one I was thinking.
Corey
Okay.
Konetsky.
Konitsky, that's
Oh, they came from Riot. I did not know that, Chad. Thank you.
Oh, so that one with Corey, that's just a sub company. I thought that was its own separate.
It's a sub company of. I mean, I don't know if it's owned by Asmodee, but it could be.
Okay.
Oh, I got a question quickly for everybody. What's
Yeah.
the go-to cheapest quote unquote board game table around? That's like company.
BoardGameTables.com.
Didn't you make your own? Why do you want to buy one?
No, I had somebody in the chat asking me in one of my comment section. I was like,
The BoardGameTables.com. I forget the name of their basic table, but it's good. It's a solid, good table, and it's not too expensive. Well, it's still expensive, but not crazy expensive.
Oh, hey Barry.
Hey Barry.
I said it would be
And
awkward
if you already have a
second.
table, Game Toppers will give you a luxurious experience.
Oh.
Yes.
I
But
have,
those aren't that. I mean, they're. I don't know. The price is up to you. I can't determine that.
you know my price, and that's always too high.
I love your when you do your Kickstarter critiques about how if you want the game or not. I mean, I guess that doesn't matter if you want it or not.
Oh, the great, yeah.
Like you said, would I back this or not? And you're like, I know the answer is always no.
The
Well,
price is too damn high.
I try and look at it from the perspective of who they're trying to appeal to. Like that's part of the fun of the segment is like, there's no way I'd spend $30 for this passport holder. But did they market it well to people who would pay $30 for a passport holder?
I see.
It's fun. It's fun trying to put yourself in other
Mhm.
people's shoes. Especially, I am not empathetic at all. Like my wife hates it. Like she's like, you're the least empathetic person I've ever met in my life. Pretty sure it has something to do with my ADHD. But like when it comes to like empathy, just it's hard.
Zero.
It's so hard. Like for the longest time, I got empathy and sympathy mixed up, and it's just like
Yeah, it's different.
yeah.
Um,
Wish I was better at it.
I had somebody try to what am I looking for here? Uh like the whole empathy and sympathy, the thing. It's just like and Forrest, the same deal. Like I had trouble like, well, isn't one like, if I have sympathy, I feel bad, but I mean empathy. I mean, it's like I guess empathy is like
Different.
more you understand it, like or you can. But I also here this is something that always bothers me, and it's like, and I understand people react to certain things in ways that they do, but whenever you see somebody who says something along the lines of, and I realize these people's hearts are probably in the right place, but you see somebody who says something like, this sad thing happened to me, whatever it is. I don't want to call anything out, and this isn't a reaction to
The cat died.
anything. Yeah, whatever. It's like it doesn't matter. I'm not saying
okay.
that it's I'm not saying anything stupid. Nothing set this off for me to like make me think about this in any way, shape, or form. But so don't go digging through whatever, trying to figure out what I'm talking about.
We're gonna dig.
So, but it's like there's
Dig
always
deep.
somebody that like in their response they have to say something like, "I'm so sorry. When blah 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 happened to me, I know exactly how you're feeling." And I'm always just like, shut up. This isn't your spot to like, like it's like going to somebody's funeral and saying, my dad died 3 years ago too. I know exactly how you feel. It's just kind of
that
like
doesn't help people.
I don't think so. For me, it's like you're trying to just kind of come in and kind of tell me about how I should feel sorry for you because you had a loss as well. I mean, I don't know. That's just the way I've always seen it. It's just like,
I mean, I've said that statement to people who have like people in my company have lost parents, and I basically said my mom died 2 years ago, and I know what you're going through. I mean,
well,
I don't know.
I think that you're a horrible human being for doing
Okay,
that.
well, I tried to lend an empathetic ear, sympathetic ear. Anyway,
Bauer,
Whatever.
Forrest, what would you say? Are your parents alive? I don't remember.
Me?
Yeah.
My dad's in prison and my mom died when I was 12.
Oh, that's right. I remember your mom dying.
that's a hard upbringing.
Yeah.
When did your dad go to prison?
He went to prison when I was in my mid 20s, and that was when I realized
Okay, so you were already
like,
grown.
yeah, but it was still a big shock because it's like, damn, like so many
Yeah.
people were like, wow.
How many years?
I think he gets out when my kids are like 18. So do you think he's got another
10 years?
10 so years? I mean,
Oh,
child
no hope for early parole for your father.
what was the crime?
molestation. He molested my stepsister, and then he got extra time because
20
he had
years?
it all planned out. Like he moved to Yuma, Arizona. He ran from the law for like a year or two. Like he
Wow.
legit got away, and then they found
I
him.
assume you have no contact with him.
He wrote to me, and then I visited him, and he met my my then fiance, now wife, and then he wrote back to me, and I'm a terrible son, and I just kind of stopped writing to him.
He wrote that to you?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Cut him off, dude. Please.
Yeah,
He's still blood. He's still blood, and
that doesn't mean anything.
Good, but whatever.
I'll put it like this: I haven't mailed him in like 3 years, and I haven't thought more than 3 times about it. So like, yeah, he's pretty much.
Yeah,
cut off.
he's trying to make you feel sorry for him or something with that statement.
I don't necessarily think so. Like, because it was just talking. Like, I'm sure my dad has a lot of shit that he's like, wow, I really wish I would have done better.
Well,
with
maybe
him.
you do have an empathetic bone. You're speaking like an empathetic person there. Giving you like,
Am I?
yeah.
Oh, he's my dad. I mean,
Okay.
and it's also the fact that I don't really have much other family. I mean, I was an only child, and
Oh, yeah, I can see that.
either way,
Okay.
it drives my wife mad. She's like, why don't you care more? Yeah, whatevs.
Well, I mean,
But I got off the subject. What would you say to somebody whose parents died? Would it be something along the same lines, or?
It really all depends on the situation. I generally try to avoid those people.
Yeah.
Like if someone talked to me, I don't know. It depends on how well I know you. I generally just try and stay away from feelings because I'm just not good at gauging other people's feelings and like what's socially acceptable.
Mm.
And it's like I am an oversharer. Like I don't have a problem talking about anything, and sometimes people don't like that. And so it's just I don't know. I wouldn't say anything to them. If they came up to me and said it, it'd be like, man, that really sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. No, I would not say it. Point blank, I would not say it, but Scott's a much more compassionate person than I am. And I would much rather not have that conversation at all, you know? I don't know. I'm just an asshole, I guess, when it comes
No, it's not that your days. I get the awkwardness, the social awkwardness and all that.
because, like, I mean, I think it's like, I don't think Lance is wrong, and I don't think Scott's wrong. I think it all depends on the person. Like, I could see some people being like, what the fuck? This is about me right now. And I could see some people being like, oh, you know, it's good to have people around me who have went through it. Because I mean, I volunteered at a camp where I met my wife, and I volunteered there for a decade working with kids, and that was literally the whole point. Was like you're just there to let these kids know that this is normal. This is life. You're gonna get through this. You're gonna get past it. Everyone here has dealt with death, so I can see it from both perspectives, honestly.
What else is going on?
Not shit on Kickstarter. It's just
It's that time of the year.
It's a slow part of year, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's so fun too, and it's really interesting for me because there's some projects that I've seen, and I was like, you know, this is a good time of year for you. If there was more competition, I don't think you'd be doing nearly as well as you are. So good for you for like squeezing in this period. It's like when you see those movies that come out in February, and it's like, well, one of you's got to be the top gross movie this weekend.
do you guys know who Gary V is?
Gary
Gary
V.
V.
Gary V, is he related to Bobby V?
No.
I
never mind.
immediately don't like him.
That is fucked
Unless
up.
his last name is literally V. Like
No,
there's
VE. He goes by Gary V.
Gary V.E.
It's Gary Van. What is this? I can't remember now.
Gary
He's
Vaynerchuk.
a Belarusian
Vaynerchuk,
American
Vaynerchuk.
entrepreneur.
Yeah, Belarusian. He started a crypto NFT thing. He said in the first week he made $50 million.
Get
I'm
on
like,
that board game geek crypto.
who's buying this stuff? If you go look, oh yeah, Barry, you need to come in here. Talking about my keyboard.
Dude, a lot of people
It's a poly brute.
knows that.
If that
Like
means anything to you?
people just they'll get like 20, 30 of these and just be like, all right, one of you's gonna hit.
Who has that money? I mean, it's crypto, right? But it's like value is
My boss Shane said something that when we were like, because the whole thing about Kickstarter gonna
I
do
got
some
another thing
weird
about too.
thing or whatever, and he
What?
said the more I learn about crypto, the less I understand. It was just like,
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
I feel the same way about nonprofits.
it's just kind of like he
So there's another digital goods thing coming out. I'm guessing it's an NFT from, I don't know if it's maybe an NFT. I'm not 100% sure, but it's from Funko. It's a Bob Ross digital trading card.
I heard about it. Yeah.
And what? Like, first of all, Bob Ross Inc. They don't like, it's not like the family at all. Like if you actually, that's a good thing to watch. If you watch the Bob Ross documentary, it's very good.
Yeah, that was a good one. I don't. It's not a physical thing. It's just
NFTs
that.
are not a physical thing now.
I don't understand the point of that though. I mean, like you buy it,
Me neither. Welcome to the club.
no one sees it.
Nope.
You
Well, you
know,
see it on the screen.
okay.
I can go point and say I own that thing, but people can copy it if it's a if it's a JPEG.
one of the things I hate so much. I hate when somebody was like, yeah, crypto is like fake money, and they're like, just like the American dollar.
Yeah, well,
yeah,
it is an instrument.
yeah,
Think
and I'm
about
just
it one
like,
time, yeah.
that's fine.
Yeah.
That's such a shitty argument. It's just like, yeah, the American dollar has literally centuries of backing, and it's just,
Not anymore.
That doesn't. Yeah. It had centuries.
There's no thing of any value backing up the dollars. They're just
but it is recognized as having a
Sure.
worth.
right, and eventually something else will be recognized, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we're a blip in history right now. 200 years, nothing.
You
The
don't know
euro-
that. Well,
the
200
euro-
years, but I mean,
yeah.
yes, at some point everything is going to be gone. At some point, the sun's going to go supernova,
Sure.
and we'll. I mean, so like if on a long enough,
So
on a
put
long
your money
enough
in
time
cryptocurrencies.
stream, put it in crypto now, quick, everything.
Quick.
I bought some crypto. It dropped like a rock the other day. What the heck, man? They were supposed to make money on this stuff.
It's another stock market.
Barry.
Mayberry.
Can you hear me? 'Cause I can't
Yeah,
hear
yeah.
you.
We can-
Yes.
How's it going?
Very well. Yourselves?
Yeah, good.
Awesome.
Yeah. You all look on form.
Yeah.
Nobody's coughing.
Nobody's
Yeah.
coughing. Nobody's in a coffin.
Lance is coughing.
So tell me about this poly brew. I didn't know you had a
Oh,
thing
dude, I'm in
for-
deep with the synthesizer stuff. I'm getting addicted to it. I gotta be careful.
All right.
I
Yeah,
love it.
it's
an addictive hobby. Actually, I'm actually contemplating making a geek site about synthesizers. I'm not kidding. I've been thinking about what I need to do,
That's awesome.
but it's super hard because like
There
I
we
don't
go.
know enough about it.
like you'd have one subscriber.
Yeah,
I mean,
Guy, give it a little
I'm in-
time.
I started digging in. I got a teenage engineering OP1. Do you know what those are?
no.
That got me into it. Now I'm like buying polybrutes,
Okay.
big keyboards.
Those sound like words.
It's a keyboard synthesizer.
Yeah. I'm
Synthesizer.
looking at the website now and I'm like, do I need it? No.
I don't need it.
I've got
It's
this
for fun.
This complete
Let's
control.
see if I can make
amazing.
something music. Oh,
It looks nice. It's a nice array of knobs and bits and bobs and sliders and
oh my
buttons.
God, I want to show it to you actually because you would understand what I'd be talking about. I
Come on,
think.
pick it up,
So
Scott.
cool.
You can do it.
Possibly. I mean, there's still
Well,
a lot about
what do you call it? Oscillators are and envelopes and
kind of
all that stuff.
You know,
yeah,
I when I was at school,
LFOs. What an
my
LFO
music
is.
teacher gave me a keyboard that looked pretty much like your Polybrute. It was a Roland SH 101,
Yeah,
big
those are-
chunky thing. So I
Mm.
used to school holidays. I used to take that home for like 6 weeks, and while all the other kids
Fun.
got the little Casios,
Yeah.
So I had this big, powerful synthy thing with all these knobs and sliders. I didn't know what the fuck they did. I just played with them to my heart's content. I got out my little 4-track recorder and I just composed and composed and composed. So I was extremely lucky there. And I still don't know what all these knobs and bits do. I just slide them and play with them to my heart's content.
It's hard to know what they do because there's math behind it, right? Like, unless you understand sort of that. And there's some really cool graphics on this thing that kind of shows you what's happening. They just updated it with a new firmware.
Yeah. And recently, where, my composing is taken over my life, I've been looking at all these VTSs, these virtual instruments.
VSTs.
So I'm downloading and collecting, and I'm like, oh my God, I've gone from board game collecting to
VST collecting.
To VST collecting, and it's amazing. And the more time I'm spending playing with them, the more I'm learning. I've spent a lot of time learning about all these orchestras, samples, and how they work and what their names are, so I could do all the ostinatos and stuff like that. But recently, I've been going back to basics, where my heart is in the kind of like Jean-Michel Jarre sound, and looking at oscillators and looking at all these massive things that some of the instruments you load up on the screen. Yeah, some of the instruments you load up on the screen and they're about that big. And then some of them, they like take up the whole screen with all these fucking knobs and buttons and weird little 3-letter names.
Do you know what ARP 2600 is?
I've heard the name.
Go look at one of those VSTs, and it's like it's like a monster where you can plug cables in and everything. It's really neat.
Oh yeah. There's one on Native Instruments. I think the Massive X. It has digital leads that you can
it simulates the wires.
Yeah, but
there's a free system out there that lets you build your own modular synth. Have you heard of that? VCV, I think it's called. VCV.
I think
it's free
as well,
and you can drag wires virtually.
Yeah,
it's fun. There's a lot to know and learn.
Yeah, precisely. But
where's my
moment,
geek?
I'm more on the race to get a composition out and ready for Sirenscape or ready for another board game publisher like Lucky Duck. So it's not a case of experimenting. It's a case of quickly use what you know and bam, next project. So
yeah, that's
cool. I love you even more, Scott.
Oh, thanks, man. Me too. Yeah, we gotta geek out on this stuff, man.
Yeah.
Well, here's the interesting thing is, like, I started digging into it, and it's like there's no central location to talk about this stuff. I found 20 Facebook groups, one for every brand of like synthesizer, and then there's Reddit groups, and all splintered everywhere. And I'm like, man, where's the geek?
Yes,
frustrating.
Make it, do it.
Yeah, I got too much going on. Board game. That's the problem. Is like anything I don't do on board game, it's like taking away from board.
Yeah.
Hire minions, God.
I know how that is.
Or make a conglomerate of all these companies and say, hey, can you send someone over?
Well, the problem is all the communities are splintered already.
Yeah.
Right. Board games didn't have really a community when it started.
Yeah.
I mean, it did. It had a community on Rec Games board, which was a harsh interface. I don't know if you ever spent any time on that.
No.
Yeah. It was like a BBS type thing.
Board Game Geek is all I known for years.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean,
I know Reddit stuff.
I guess if I was into this stuff maybe 20 years ago, I could have probably made a synth geek at the time. I mean, I can still make a synth geek. It could happen. I just think it's hard to kickstart a community when it's already on Facebook and it's on Reddit and it's already there. It's like there's no reason for people to be in one place, right?
Unless you do it.
Unless I do it 10 times better than them, which is really hard because those are big fucking companies.
Yeah.
That are made to addict you.
I
mean, now I don't mind looking at my Facebook feed because I've got it filled with like synth groups. That's it. No, I'm not kidding.
I'm gonna have to have a look because mine's still just, I go on my Facebook page and there's A Kickstarter. There's a game found. Oh, there's a friend who's played a game and they're taking a picture. Oh, there's a real friend, which I know from England, and they posted a picture of their family. Oh, the board game, board game, board game. Oh, real friend.
The
board
groups
game, board-
definitely overwhelm you if you have so many of them, right? It becomes your
Yeah.
feed,
Yeah.
which is kind of annoying. But you can click a groups tab and you get just groups. So
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And at the moment, it's a mix between adverts for synths. VST.
Facebook has twigged on to me, by the way.
Yeah.
I should show you some of my ads. It's all VSTs, sound packs, synthesizer, add-on, all that stuff.
It is truly amazing that we can create a real orchestra with a real orchestra, but not a real orchestra.
I'm astounded at some. I mean, I haven't paid attention to this stuff in since I was a kid. Because I had my little Casio.
Yeah.
I'm blaming Michelle and that Beatles thing.
Did the Beatles use synthesizers? I don't think so.
Yeah, they made all their music back then, Scott. They had no choice. Yeah.
Well, they had a keyboard.
They had a keyboard, but they
it was
they
piano.
played bound.
Yeah.
They played
Oh,
about
in that
with the-
particular one, no, I don't think they had a synthesizer in that particular.
Did you watch the movie? Or the 3 movies, I guess you could call it?
No.
I did. Me and Jen did. I like the Beatles. Though. I always did.
I forget what that keyboardist name is. The guy who comes in at the end of.
Yeah, I was trying to think.
Charlie.
Well, that Peter Jackson film, The Lord of the Beats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost the same time spread too.
Billy
that
Preston.
scene
Billy
at the end
Preston.
where they're all like slow
Preston.
motion.
Yes. Did you guys see Henry Cavill plays Warhammer?
No, I need to watch that.
I don't know if there's anything to watch, but
Sounds like a good movie.
he got interviewed, and he basically they're all making fun of him for playing Warhammer. Or was it on what's his name?
Graham Norton.
Graham Norton show, yeah. And he's dead serious about it. He's like, yes, I play with miniatures.
Yeah.
I paint them and we fight.
That doesn't surprise me.
Is he British? I didn't know he was
Yeah,
British.
he's
Yeah.
British.
I did not know that. I always thought he was like an American.
You never seen Tudors?
Never seen what? No, I never seen
Tudors?
it. No.
It's a pretty good series.
Okay.
Got Henry the Eighth.
Eighth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did not know that. Might have
Yeah, I
watch it.
found it out when he played Superman and he had an American accent.
Well,
Instead of the, I think is he Walsh Barry or is he English?
See you later. No, I think he's from the London area.
He was built. He was
Okay,
born in
okay.
Jersey. of
He
the
was
Channel
built.
Islands. He was built in Jersey, officially the bailiwick of Jersey. That would be a British island.
Yeah. Like I said, there's a couple of them that fool me with the accents. Some Cumberbatch, he could. Well, then again, I knew him with the English accent, but
He's got
the-
a crap American accent.
yeah, the first Doctor Strange,
Well, you
you could
can't be
really he was
Superman
in
with
and
a
out and all
British
that. But
They would not stand for a British accented Superman.
Hmm.
Too many.
it would be odd.
Too many. Yeah.
Well, half of the crew
Although
on
I'm,
the
I'm
first
down for it,
Superman
man.
was English.
I'm tired of I'm tired of Batman, Superman, all of it. I want new stuff.
Yeah, it is getting.
I've never
like,
understood anybody like saying, "Oh, I think Superman's the best." Really, the guy that can
The guy
just
who
do
can't
anything?
be beat. What?
The guy that can do anything.
Yeah, the guy who can do anything and can't be
He can,
hurt by anything. Like it's
know,
not fun.
like I remember like in those letters to the editor where people would ask questions and then they'd answer them. You write the letter to the editor about and the questions and answers
Right,
for
the
Superman
comic.
comic was, how much? They said, how much weight can Superman lift with his tongue? And they said, and the answer they gave was
As much as he needs.
Superman. Yeah, Superman. Yeah, you're exactly correct. They said Superman can lift, with like he could lift, like the power of the muscle of or his tongue is as strong as the rest of his body, so he can lift whatever he decides he wants to lift.
So replace the word tongue with.
Yeah.
I'm
Pinky
curious.
toe.
That's Superman After Dark.
Yeah, it's Superman After Dark.
Right.
There was an entire thesis or like essay written by Isaac Asimov about why Superman could not have children with Lois Lane.
Mhm.
And they did, it was like, and it
It's
had
just
all,
getting too scientific.
well, no, it was like, and it was actually like the whole process of like
It's getting a little
actual
after
copulation would probably kill her.
Killer, yeah.
Yeah. And then, and like, okay, and even if you artificially inseminated her, like the movements of a fetus
Would kill her.
would like rupture her stomach and things like that. And yeah,
Jeez.
Just what I need after my first morning coffee.
The new Superman's bisexual. That's a thing now.
Mm.
I wonder why it's still such a shock, though. I mean,
hey, I'm just
It's
who
weird.
cares. I mean, I just whatever. I probably shouldn't have that attitude, but I'm also just like, well,
it's just weird to me. Well, it's every time someone new comes up. That's
Well,
not.
I gotta
scary.
say, I don't enjoy Superman because of who they do or don't go down on.
Yeah, that's true.
Like,
That's
cool.
true.
It's like it doesn't diminish or increase my enjoyment of Superman. It's like, all right,
Yeah.
cool, good.
Yeah.
Like if my buddy came up and said, "Hey, I'm bi," I'm like, cool, good for you. Awesome. Glad you can
You
tell.
know, what? When I was a kid, I didn't like Brussels sprouts, but now I like Brussels sprouts. That's all that's happened. Superman
Yeah.
didn't like
He
men,
grew
and now
up.
he likes men. There you go.
Hopped on Grinder and found himself.
Mm.
Well, no, it's not even that. They were talking about J.J. Abrams was talking about a black. I don't know if it was like Clark Kent himself, but it might have been like a grandfather or something. And there was a big uproar about that. Yeah, I just. Why is it that these heroes are set in stone to so many people from an age 30 years ago? You know,
I mean, it's like, if you change what you put in a bean burrito at Taco Bell, you're going to have people pissed off from their 20 years of memory of it.
yeah, I guess.
I'm pissed
You
off
know.
that you'd even bring that up, Evan. So talk about it again. I got scared there.
They changed the Taco Bell burrito? No.
What the bean? Damn it!
Yeah, it's like when they changed Smarties and they added a blue one. It was like uproar.
Yeah.
Unacceptable.
I throw those out.
I won't do it.
What do you got to play against blue ones?
I
You
won't
blew
do
it.
yeah, who the hell do you think you are?
You blew it. I thought I
You
knew
know,
you far.
You just get used to stuff, and if it changes, what you thought you knew, then some people find that very uncomfortable.
Yeah, I guess. But
Yeah.
from what I understand, most of these were pretty good stories, though. I mean,
I
I get the nostalgia thing. I do. The Ghostbusters and all that. I get. Well,
Yeah.
the Ghostbusters remake was a horrible remake.
You know what? I saw the other Ghostbusters film a couple of months ago, and I didn't find it too bad.
After I haven't seen. I was talking about the one with Leslie.
Yeah, the
all
female version.
one. Yeah, that
Oh,
just
right.
wasn't a good movie.
That
It
one.
wasn't that there were women in it. It was just not
It's
a good
funny,
movie.
but yeah.
It was different. It was a different spin on the humor. I think it was very adult sex. From a women's
Go on.
perspective. I enjoyed. I watched it and didn't move. It was good. It was funny.
Mm.
There were a few like really outlandish moments, but then again, what did I watch afterwards? Is that Muppet Detective adult film as well, which made me
Oh, is that the one
piss
with
myself.
Oh, that was a horrible movie.
Oh, I love that so much.
Muppet Town or something?
Yeah, something like that.
It was so dumb.
It's
I think
so
there's-
dumb, but it's so funny, and it's just like, oh,
There's
But that's
two
me.
of those, isn't there? Isn't there two Muppet like detective ones? Because I remember one sucking and one being good.
Death in Sunnyvale? What the hell is it?
that's it.
Well, I just remember they're like spraying the silly string all over the place. And I was just like, what is going on?
Oh yeah, and the octopus milking the cow. That was
Yeah,
oh no, I loved it.
I was definitely of the opinion of like, just like, what? This is dumb. And I was
Yeah,
just,
but I didn't go, oh no, this has ruined Muppets for me. I cannot watch Muppets anymore.
Can't
maybe it
watch
did.
Like Muppet Babies, ruined.
Muppet
Ruined.
babies, we make our
My
dreams
daughter done
come
a project on the
true.
Muppet Babies section from the film. Was it Manhattan?
Manhattan.
Oh,
She
I
loves
love
that so
Muppets
much.
Take Manhattan. Muppets Take
Mm.
Manhattan is
Yeah.
quality. I don't care what
The
anybody
Muppets
says.
have changed though. I give it, yeah.
They had
Muppets
to,
Take
like,
Manhattan
Simpsons.
had that wonderful. It's like, hi, this is it's like, hi, this is Gil. Gil beat Jill. Bill, Gil,
Yeah.
Gil, Phil, Gil. Just like you, of course, know
Right.
Jill. Love
Together
Muppets Take Manhattan.
again.
Oh yeah, I gotta watch Snoopy before the year's out. I almost forgot.
Snoopy, is there a new one?
I gotta watch Snoopy before the year's out. I almost forgot. It's one of my traditions.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, anybody who says Muppets Take Manhattan ain't a good movie, they're dead inside.
Man, yeah,
Looking at you, Forrest.
Forrest.
Fuck
Mr.
that
Dead
movie.
inside.
Dead.
Dead. One day we'll all
You
be dead.
compassionless mother.
Dead inside.
Oh, I heard they're coming back with a new season of 6 Feet Under.
I never watched it.
I
Uh,
thought
6
it
Feet
was-
Under. If you haven't watched
It's
6 Feet
pretty
Under,
funny.
It's
that and you have HBO Max, that is a quality show.
Yeah, it
Yeah, it's
is.
pretty good.
It is. And
How
the
many
ending
seasons?
of the season was a good one, but I thought it was like ended. Like,
It had one of the best endings.
Let's not
Yeah.
spoil anything.
I'm not
I'm not
spoiling
trying,
anything. I just
but-
the final
Just-
episode
just-
of it is.
Just saying.
I'm just saying
Just saying. Just a reminder.
the final episode of
No
it is
Yeah.
masterfully
Let's not say
done.
I don't understand how they're going to bring it back though. Yeah, and it's
I'm sure
the
they'll figure
original
out a way.
cast, from what I understand. Yeah,
No,
And they're bringing Babylon 5 back as well.
They brought Sex and
So-
the City back. They could bring anything back.
yeah. I was
when did
surprised
they
and
bring
appalled by
Peloton
that
back,
at the
though?
same time.
Happy days.
did you see the Peloton? Not the Peloton had an official statement after the
No, they made a
first
commercial
episode.
after 36
Did
hours.
they?
This is a commercial.
Yeah.
Yeah, they lost stock.
They fast tracked the commercial with someone in it that
Yeah.
it's a pretty good commercial too.
It's incredible.
I was
I
impressed.
never
gullible
saw
people
any
are.
of them, and I hope not.
As soon as Michelle wrote to me, she wrote me a frowny face, and I said, I said, did something happen? And she goes, yes. I'm like, of course, they had to. Anyway,
Too vague.
I like the show. I watched the movies.
I never.
I
seen
sat
any of
next to the actor that would play the guy, the well-endowed man who was in the shower in the movie. I don't know if anybody's seen it.
Which one? Six and the City?
And
Claim to
Moment of
fame.
my life.
when I was in the airport, I was on the plane. We sat down. The flight attendant comes by and says, "You're way better looking in real life." And I said, "What? Wait, what?" He just said that. Wait, not
Thank
talking to
you.
me. And I'm like,
Must
I
be a
go,
boomer.
"Are you famous?" I said, "Are you famous?" He goes, "Yeah, I was in the well." He goes, "Maybe kind of. I was in the Sex and the City movie." And I'm like, "Oh, really? Which character were you?" And he goes, "Yeah, I was one of the love interests of Samantha." I was like, "Oh, I know who you are." We had a good conversation. We talked about board games and stuff. He showed me pictures of his kids.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
awesome.
that's
Yeah,
cool.
he's a nice guy.
Yeah,
I
the
bet
conversation
that's all
changed
we're
from
gonna
his.
meet people with that character. Yeah, as your claim to fame.
Yeah.
By the way, he got a lot of good treatment on that flight.
Oh, I'm sure he did.
Did you get one of these?
Gilles Marini was his name.
What is it?
Gilles Marini.
Ethiopia.
Euthanasia?
Yeah, Scott, didn't you say you backed this?
I did, but I haven't gotten a copy yet.
Okay, yeah.
I was a late backer.
So why did
Okay.
you, Evan? Oh, never
I'm
mind.
more important than Scott, I think. Is that
No,
Probably-
seriously.
probably.
that's probably what it is. Yeah, I'm excited to bust it open.
You
Cool.
played anything new, Barry?
It's a big box.
Yeah, did you see?
Is there more
there's like-
expansions too?
well, there's this.
There's only
one,
two Barrys here, and I asked the question. So
and then there's this.
Oh, yeah.
thing.
Oh, yeah.
There's two boxes this size plus another one.
Wow.
Ridiculous.
It's amazing.
I have to believe they lost their ass on shipping, but I don't really know.
Oh, yeah.
What did you
I don't
say,
know.
Barry? Sorry.
did you play anything new?
Yeah.
Yeah, I played. Was it the Lost Ruins of Arnak?
I like
First
that one.
time.
It's quality.
What'd you
Yeah.
think of it?
I love it. That's a tenner for me.
That's one in my interest. I
Wow.
just
I mean,
10, wow.
it's a higher note.
Yeah, well, if you go to this site called Board Game Geek, they do these ratings like stars.
There's
You
tenor,
said you said
contra
tenor, like
baritone.
TENR.
Is that like
Yeah,
Synth Geek?
Whereas I could have said 10 out of 10. but
RPG
I say
geek, is
10.
that?
Yeah, RPG Geek with
Oh,
Chad.
okay.
So what's a tenor for you? I'm sorry.
Well, there's not many tenors in my life.
Better than a niner.
It's a middle C to a high C.
Augmented,
I don't know if
sustained,
that's
with a
true.
bit of vibrato.
They're really facile going between their chest and their head voice.
You're not gonna answer my question. What was the game?
Lost Words of Arnak.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
What? That's a good game.
I liked it. Yeah.
We're
If you're into
with
that sort of
Lance.
If you're into that sort of thing.
Yeah. Fun is not in his.
No, fun is not a good
vocabulary.
vocabulary.
What did you say to him at the Board Game Geek? You are unpleasant to game with.
It
Was that
shall be unrepeated.
I'm not saying it out loud. You have to say it.
Yeah.
I can't remember the exact wording.
I was there, and the stain is still on my heart, so I can't repeat it.
I forget what happened. Oh yeah, I rip now.
Yeah.
Elder Chore.
Yes,
Let's not bring
yes.
up old wounds.
It was all in good fun.
Yeah.
By the way, me and Jill Marini have the same birthday. That's kind of funny.
Oh, nice.
Weird.
Who with the what now?
Oh, the Sex in the City guy who I met on the plane traveling, going to Toronto.
You were going to Toronto?
Yeah, so I usually fly into Toronto to go to the Niagara Falls.
Oh,
More
the
more
gathering.
see your
The
girlfriend?
gathering, Yeah.
Well, this was pre-pandemic. Yeah.
oh, Michelle wasn't with you?
No, it was a game convention.
Yeah. I bet
What
she
game
like
can
that.
Oh, I know.
The
You're
gathering,
super
yeah.
special. Oh,
But we would go. We would
Look how
travel there,
amazing
meet-
I am, everybody. Oh.
By the way, explaining to the customs agent that we're only there for one day is hard. And saying you're going to Niagara Falls and crossing back over. What? Yeah. It was a direct flight from Dallas. It was, and then otherwise it was all day and night to get to Niagara Falls
You're just like ball.
through Buffalo.
Buffalo.
But that lasts more than a day, right? You were just there for a day.
Right when you write on the thing, how many days are you going to be in Canada? When
Yeah.
you arrive, and said 1.
All right, bend over,
Yeah.
sir.
Why-
There was
why
nothing
over
for
there?
3 hours, so he had a big one. Doesn't look
There's always an
suspicious. Yeah.
You guys like
We don't-
board games? What?
The-
Board games? Are you
Is
kidding
that
me?
even a thing? Like Monopoly?
Exactly, like Monopoly. You don't argue. You don't say. You don't try to evangelize when you're in the
Yeah.
customs
I
line.
saw
Yep.
there was a new version of Clue when I was at Walmart. Have you tried that yet?
No. What would it
Oh,
be?
you said you like board games.
I
Right
do.
on the website,
Oh,
Mark.
yeah, I love board games. Oh yeah, Clue's great.
I grew up on
Classic.
Clue. I grew up on it.
I like Clue. I like Clue a lot.
No, no.
Yeah.
Clue card game.
I like it without the dice.
Solid.
Yeah.
Yeah, the roll and move aspect. Not as good.
That was fun.
I still don't participate. Your turn.
Yeah, that,
Hey, you know what? Roll better.
I'm gonna run
Oh,
to
I
the
rolled a
room.
1 again. Eh.
stop getting ones, you scrub.
Yeah.
Come on, you do the same thing every single time. You just make it to one of those corners and you use the secret passageway to pop back and forth until you figure out for
You
all
can't
your.
get different weapons because you have to be in the room with the weapon to ask about the weapon.
But the weapons can move.
Oh,
Read the rules.
No, it's the
They
room.
can?
You need to be in the room to ask about the room.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
the room you have to ask about the room, but the weapons
Right.
move.
Do they move?
Oh yeah. You
Yeah.
just say you go to the room and then you say, I think it was the revolver, and then you just bring the revolver
Right,
there.
and then someone's like, shows
And then you
the
bring
card.
Colonel
Yeah.
Mustard as
Which
well.
like the weapons are like a completely unneeded.
That's right. They
thing.
move to the thing. Yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah.
immersion.
It's the
Lance.
room. So you
It's
just
the room.
bounce
You gotta
between
you gotta
like
roll. You gotta still gotta roll better.
you like
Yeah.
bounce between the
Yeah.
conservatory and whatever the library back and forth every single turn. So you ask all your
Conservatory.
questions about the people and the weapons, and then you get it down to the room, and then you have to start rolling the dice to get to the other rooms.
Super Clue strats from Lance.
Right? right?
I've been playing.
Well,
on
it's
all
not.
these
It's not
years.
really super cool. It's not super. Yeah, everybody knows that, except for
Oh,
you.
everybody.
Apparently, except for you. Apparently, who thought that you
I
had to
haven't
move to
played
where
it
the
since I was
weapons were.
9.
Really?
You know, and you would have got away with it if it
You know,
weren't for those
that's
pesky
another
kids.
thing, and I can't really
Right.
say much about it because, but I mean, it's just like there's two things. Well, actually, I'll be right back. But I have two things I want to talk about.
Oh
I'll be
no.
right back.
Gonna
Should we go into a commercial break?
Complete silence. Complete silence until I return.
He needs to find it in his thesaurus of words. What
Is
am
he,
I
is he
talking
gonna
about?
go grab Clue? That's what I want to know.
He's so easy to get riled up.
He is. He is. He's a passionate man.
That's why it's called the Alaboom. It's like a bomb.
Yeah, you never know when it's gonna go out.
Tickle, tickle, tickle.
Did you see my thing that Barry made me? The other
Yeah.
Barry?
Dude, that thing's freaking.
What'd you make
sweet,
him, Barry?
man.
There's only
That is
two of us.
awesome.
I'm asking you again.
Hold on.
me.
Let me bring it out.
You're the
I
handyman.
gotta plug it back in.
Ar's gonna get this guy's gonna get an R workout this week.
I know. That's like the heaviest thing I've lifted this week.
If I'd have made him something, it would have been a jingle.
Ooh, a jingle. I like
Scott,
jingles.
do you play music, Scott?
Not really.
It's kind of a badass keyboard.
It is.
Yeah, I'm hoping to like play something on it.
Okay, yeah.
I think
that's
I'm
rad.
more. I think I'll have more like I'll just be like playing chords or something.
That's music.
That's what I can do. I think probably.
With a synth like that, you just hold one note and
And twist some
knobs.
dials.
Yeah, the synthesizer makes its own music. Yeah. So-
It does.
Oh, wait, you gotta turn on. No, hold on. There we go.
No, it's broken.
He broke it
work, Barry.
already. I'm surprised he went through shipping.
I mean, this thing's a beast.
That thing's awesome.
I mean, it's. Let me get the color cycling going.
Oh
See if
yeah.
it's doing it. Or not. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Oh wait, that's white. Hold on.
Oh.
You know why that's so heavy, Scott? There's a half inch of epoxy in it.
Well, there's also really the wood is quite heavy.
The wood's really not that heavy.
Oh, it's the epoxy.
It's
Yeah.
the epoxy. The wood's probably 2 pounds, 3 pounds, maybe.
You're John Cusack in it. Like
Nice.
what's that movie?
Mhm.
Say anything.
Wait a second.
Yeah, there it is.
That's off to you,
How can I
Barry.
get the colors to cycle? Not sure which button to push.
Yeah, I don't have the remote in front of me.
You got to push the geek head.
Yeah.
Beep.
Touch the puppet head. Change color.
Change
Fading
color, damn you.
forward.
He broke it
Yeah,
already?
it's changing, isn't it?
Is it changing?
No, it's like.
No, it's still
flickering.
white. Hold on.
Yeah,
You turn off and on again. That always fixes things, right?
Always.
Did you
I do that
plug
to my
and
wife.
unplug?
I think
That
it was one of
works.
them on the right side of the remote, if I remember,
Yeah.
Scott. I don't remember.
On.
Been a couple weeks and I'm a stoner.
Back on.
Mhm.
Okay. Press flash. That sounds like it would do it, right?
Yeah, it would.
That was right.
Maybe.
I'm gonna love you guys and leave you. Nice to see you all. Stay safe. If I don't see you
Later,
before, have a
Barry.
good
Glad you
Christmas.
Same to you, Barry. We're not gonna
Good to
be
see
on
you,
next
man.
week.
Yeah.
Good shit. Have a happy Christmas is what you say over there, right?
Happy
Yeah,
Christmas.
Merry
power went
Christmas, Grimbo, whatever.
A grand Christmas.
A super spiffing,
Mhm.
jolly old knees up around the campfire.
Whoa.
See you later,
that
lads.
Sounds like something different.
Yes. Ciao, dude.
See ya.
Yeah.
All right, here's these two things. I don't want to stay up too late because I got to get up in the morning. Jury duty.
Oh,
Well, I can't make it do the color thing.
Broke
So-
already.
it's broken.
It like so my memory of like certain things is just like really good. Like it's just like
Crawled up every color.
Here it goes.
It's like
Like Clue. There we go. There we go.
There we go. Got some color cycling going on now.
Nice.
Red. Wow, look at that.
Yeah.
White.
2000 to
You can't hold it up anymore.
2020.
It's heavy.
I bet it looks
It weighs a
heavy.
few pounds. Weighs a
It
few
looks
pounds.
heavy, man.
so here. These are these two things. So one,
Overdrive.
memory. I'm always like stunned by people. It's like, oh, it's like you're like, so what, what exactly, like whatever, it's like you ask people about, it's like, oh, something about a situation that you would think would be like a nominal occasion in their life, like something that's like
I don't remember it.
important or whatever,
Nope.
and like something about their wedding day, and they're just like, oh, I mean, they like struggle to like remember it. I'm like,
That's
man,
me,
that was like
I-
the day you got married. How do you not remember that day? How do you?
Because
not,
I was
like-
drunk.
It's all gone. It's all gone.
Lance, I had a bottle of whiskey at the altar.
Well, so then okay, fine. Maybe I'm just weird that like I remember weird stuff.
I think you just have a really good memory.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah,
it.
yeah, you
honestly.
do.
I mean, and I get told all the time that like but I've also get told by my wife that I don't remember anything. Like she'll say, did
You
you
have a
call that
selectively
guy?
good memory.
She's like, did you call that guy and take care of that thing? And I'm like, damn it, just like, no, I didn't.
It's
Just
because your memory is good enough where you don't put everything in your phone calendar like I do.
yeah.
If it doesn't go on the calendar, it does not happen.
All right. Well, that's neither here nor there. I was just but here's the other thing. Either my hand-eye coordination has gotten ridiculously better, or B, the people playing Fortnite just suck, or C, they've like made the game just easier in general to like aim and shoot or something, because
Yeah.
my son and I are like winning. Like if we sit down and play it for like an hour, we trade off, like we end up with a win almost every day. And I'm like, and that was something I couldn't get a win to save my damn life
Are you
like a
playing
year ago.
ranked? What are you playing?
Just solo.
Maybe your son has gotten that much better.
But I mean, like, I couldn't believe it. Like, I watched him get a win. And I was like, that's awesome, dude. And he's like, you should play it. I was like, man, I suck at this game. I don't want to play it. He's like, go ahead and play. So I played it, and I finished fourth. And then I was like, God damn, I can fucking win this, And then so then I and so then I played it
It's
again,
giving you
and I finished like 22nd.
How many
and I was
people
like,
play
well,
this
that sucked. And then I played it the third time, and I freaking won. And I was
Did
like, are you
you-
kidding me? Are you
Did you have
kidding me?
did you have a slip and fall and sprain your thumb?
No, it was like literally like it got down to me and another guy, and we were
Rookie
in
of
this
the year?
forest.
No one? Rookie of the year? No? All right.
We were
There's
in like
350
we were in
million
like
people
some like
playing that.
wooded area, and he was a little bit further off than me, and I just shot him in the head like 3 times with my assault rifle, and he died. And I was just like, and it slowed down, and it said number 1, and then I like immediately made my guy do his little dance. So whoever was spectating me had to see me dance and be all excited for myself.
I think you've entered the phase of your life where you're experiencing flow.
Maybe, I don't know.
Mhm.
And then we had a situation where like we won 2 in a row. It was crazy. So I don't know. I'm of the opinion that it's just like there's not like good players just don't play it anymore.
That could be true.
Like
Dude,
the
there's
people that-
350 million people playing that. So even if you're in the bottom 1%, like you're still better than what, 35
Yeah.
million people.
Right.
3.5 million there. Scott.
3.5 million, 3.5 million.
Oh, still.
Which is still a lot of people.
Still, that's a lot.
And you're probably better than the bottom 1%.
Most of them are like 7. Like I
350 fucking million people play that game.
Right. So
It's more than
maybe
the
the percentage of
population
people
of
that,
the United States.
that's
the
because they
the
put it on
percentage of people that
Windows.
suck has gone way up.
They released that for everything. Remember, at one point I played that on a Switch, Xbox, and an old iPad at the same time. We were playing cross compatible. I believe it. You played on that
I need to pick it back up again, man, because every time I play that game, I'd be dead in a second.
Well, here's the deal. It's like they and this is to like I did a little research. They made it so there's a longer pause between they made it so you can't build quick anymore. You can't just go
You can't
and-
spam out the building.
yeah, so it's like there's like this like there's a and one to
Oh, yeah,
build
that's way too long.
if you want to build. And so there's still people who will throw up a wall to like, but almost nobody builds anymore. It's
Yeah.
just like they
It's
just
too slow.
play it straight up.
I never thought the building was that fun anyway. I hated it.
Oh,
I always hated it because I was just like, okay, hit circle, get the stupid thing, get the little ramp, get this thing working.
Not fun.
I like to go as high as I could in the sky and then hope that nobody saw me. You ever done that?
Well, and
How can no one see
and
you?
what they did with that was before, if
Don't look
if
up.
you did that, you went up high, and then you jumped off, you got to deploy your glider. So it was the way you escaped the storm. So like the storm's coming, you built it, and then you jumped off, and used that as a glider spot to like because the glider was faster than the storm. Well, now you jump off, you don't get to use the glider, you just fall to your death.
Oh yeah, don't do that.
Yeah. So like they made it so you can't just build up high and jump off.
So,
So nobody
Scott,
builds up high anymore. Because all somebody's got to do is come up and knock off the base of your tower, and then
And the whole thing falls down.
Yeah.
Scott, were you a Minecraft guy?
A little bit.
Because
I never played the game. I played. We just built. We had a private server. We built stuff.
Okay, because I was
I
like,
ran it on BGG's
Yeah.
hardware.
so you like the building in that. So it's not
Yeah.
just building that you dislike. It was the way.
Oh no, it was building
implemented.
and trying to shoot at the same time. It was kind of
Yeah.
just pointless to me.
Yeah.
I mean, the game was made on the engine that was a game about zombie defense. That you had to build your defenses each night.
Yeah.
Like so, they took that, borrowed the rules from PUBG, which was the original battle royale, weapons game,
Yeah.
and made a cross game, with the building from the zombie game, which I can't remember the name of, and their own fighting game because it's epic, right? The multiplayer
Right.
battle game, and created a monster.
Well, yeah, and the thing is that they're the cooperative defeat the monsters attacking thing. It was like they just totally put it on hold. When they realized, wait a minute, all these people are willing to give us, tons of money to unlock basically. Oh,
Skins
look,
and dances,
yeah,
right?
skins and stuff, which you don't need to play anyway. It just makes you look cool. And who does that?
I put a fair.
Who spends like $15 to make their assault rifle look cool?
No idea.
Ah! Didn't you do that by accident on Apex?
No.
Yeah, you did. We were
Call of
playing.
Duty.
No, we were playing Apex, and you were like, "Check out that skin on my sniper rifle. That's a $15."
Oh yeah, it was
skin.
unlocked. It was unlocked from
Yeah,
because I had
You
the
act-
credits. I had the credits for it. I didn't put real money into that game.
yeah. I thought you did by accident.
Oh, you know what? No, maybe I did.
Yeah, because you're like pretty
No,
cool
I did.
skin.
I did buy the skin. You're
Because
right.
you did by accident. You're like, yeah, I hit the wrong button.
Yeah.
It
Dude,
was
I
like,
can't judge, man.
yeah, check out that. You're
I did
like,
a log
check
into
out,
my Apex account, see what's on it, if it's still there.
check out that skin. It's
I
pretty
pay
cool.
I pay extra for fancy card sleeves. So not only do I sleeve my decks, I
You get
pay
the fancy
extra
backs.
for fancy ones.
Do you play the Magic Online?
I did for a long time. I did. It's just
The old system or the new?
all of them.
Okay.
But
Did you buy an avatar or any of that stuff? Did you pay for the extra fancy backs, card backs?
well, I mean, I paid for packs. I paid for all that stuff. But I don't really care about tricking out my deck online.
Okay.
I don't know. There's something about being in the same room that just makes Magic a more
Better.
enjoyable experience. Like playing just to win isn't really my thing.
I always hated beating the kids.
Yes.
I mean, I haven't played since I was 30,
Yeah.
but there was still a fair amount of kids in those
Oh
games.
yeah. Oh dude, I was in a
And I'm
tournament
like, I
once.
don't like talking to kids or competing with them.
I woke a kid up to beat me
Oh,
because
really?
it was a midnight release tournament, and it was
Yeah,
he
and he
was
fell
like
asleep at the table.
passed out, and he was beating me, right? Like he was gonna win. I was like, all right, do the right thing. So I woke him up. I woke him
I
up.
would have
so
let
he
the
could-
timer go out on him.
Well, I know exactly. But
My turn
I
yet?
woke him up.
Fucking
Who lets
let 'em
their
lose.
kids go to a
It's not
midnight
fair.
Magic game? Man,
So I was watching something that was talking the comic book industry similar to the board game industry with the digital implementation. they're saying that comic books are kind of going the same way. They're all going digital, but they're still like a boutique print. But I forget. I think it was Kevin Smith. I'm not sure, but he was. They were saying how the digital comics have brought people into the hobby where they're going into that, they're discovering it, and then they're buying the hard copies, because they want the collector thing. Do you feel the board game apps do the same thing, or do people prefer one over the other? I never got into the board game apps myself. I prefer the tactile feel.
I think board game apps provide more reach and eventual hard copy purchase than they take away.
Agreed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't think that was the case, but I've seen it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This is awesome. We should actually get it and play it in real life.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that happens more than the other direction.
And then they get hit with all the maintenance. The shit they don't realize the computer takes care of.
That's true. Like I really like Nidavellir, but then I'm like, do I want to play this in real life where I have to do all the math?
Yeah, there are definitely games that are like that for me.
Yeah.
Like I've gotten into it here, but we played it a lot during pandemic.
Yeah.
And I'm like, do we play it in real life? No.
I mean, I'm sure there's an app, that you can just kind of like make it easier. But
There is a scoring app for that game.
yeah.
I mean,
But
I think the
still.
app is fine.
Yeah, I've only ever played it digital.
I think
Which
so
is
too.
fun.
No, I played it once in physical.
Okay.
It is a pain to juggle all the coins. You gotta
Right.
swap them in and out, and like put them back up on the shelf.
Right. Yeah. Because there's the whole like
It's like
shelf
it's a
system.
little 3-dimensional shelf
Yeah.
that comes with it.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. It just sounds like a pain in the butt.
Yep.
I'm trying to design around that right now. It's like I've got a system like buy rows where it like
yeah.
slides after every time you buy it.
Trying not to be fiddly.
Yeah, which in an app, not a problem.
Not a problem.
But in real life, it's
I
like,
remember
it's kind of
Hermagor. I think I calculated that it had 200 bank transactions in a full game. Anybody play that one? Hermagor? Hmm.
That's a lot of
I think
fiddle.
I have
Really
this,
annoying.
yeah.
Yeah.
I was annoyed after an hour being the banker, and I'm like, can someone else be the banker? I'm
What
tired
game
of
was
it.
this?
Hermagor.
Oh, I know what game you're talking about. I know of the game. I've never
Yeah, you
played
know
it.
the game.
Never heard of it.
There's a lot of banking transactions in that game. Like every turn you move, or every little thing you do is like money.
Well,
Yeah.
as the banker, though, you get to take out no interest free loans
Exactly.
whenever you want.
That's true.
But I'm constantly paying someone like $1 or $2. It really
Yeah.
wears on you. Takes
Yeah.
away my enjoyment of a game.
Yeah, it's like
Plus, it distracts you, right? Like it's a brain interrupt, right? Oh, I need
Yeah.
$2. Yeah,
So like they could have
What
made
about
it
their
more,
needs, Scott?
more important, larger transactions instead of a bunch of little
Probably.
tiny ones.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I just remember that. It's like, who's gonna be the banker? There'd always be the one person to be like, I want to be the banker.
Yep.
And I was always like, why? Why do you want to be the banker?
That was me, man. I was a money
Well, it's because
counter.
you're cheating.
It keeps them busy while you guys are fit around with all this shit.
I had my allowance stacked up and little like I was a money counter. I don't know. Maybe it's genetic. Who knows?
Just you're a money counter. Eh.
Yeah, I just loved it. I would recount my savings every once in a while. Spend an hour recounting everything.
Just to make sure it's all
I use
there.
that all the time.
What was the
327
last forum post from Hermagor? Technically 2014. I'm just wondering, has anybody talked about Hermagor in the last 10 years? And there was a post in 2014 and 2013 and 2012. And there was a review in 2020, but it's in Chinese.
Well, thank God you're there, just in case.
Well, I'm
Just
just
in
curious.
case,
These games, like, they don't go away. People are still kind of messing with them.
Yeah.
When's the
There it
last
is.
play? When was the last time somebody recorded a player for McGraw?
6.9.
A play. Good question.
Yesterday.
Tilsit,
This month, 0.
Mind the Move, Quined White Goblin.
This year?
Games.
No, I don't have a way to find out when the last play was recorded. That's something I think we need to do.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I'll
Collected
take.
more of my
You can
data.
go ahead and send me my my stipend for my my brilliant
You get
idea.
one board game geek NPR.
Distant
Okay,
land.
so in November it was played. Well, I don't have a summary, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 recorded plays.
I'm telling you right now, Aldi, if you make a crypto for Board Game Geek, you better let us know first. I want
I'm
to get
in.
on the ground floor.
I'm in.
I cannot make a crypto.
Yeah, you
I
can.
I don't believe in it.
Everybody, well, you own it.
What?
You own crypto.
Right, but doesn't mean I believe in it.
Weren't you
He's just
talking about
hedging.
this
He's
months
just
ago?
I'm hedging. I've got a lottery ticket. Although I think I missed out on the lottery ticket. I think lottery ticket days are over.
You don't
It could
know.
be. Well, I think if you go for the really crazy ones, there's still the lottery tickets, but like
Yeah,
the big
they're
ones
so
are not.
dumb, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
The stable coins. Although
Yeah.
I saw Ethereum, or no, was it Bitcoin dropped like big time this past week.
They've all dropped like 10%. Yeah.
That's a huge drop.
5 or 10%. Yeah.
10%. Oh, by the way, the $10 you had yesterday is now worth 9.
Yeah.
Sucker.
But, you know that
I mean,
getting into it.
in those terms, it's not a big deal. But if you had $1 million and now you have 900,000, that hurts.
Yeah. But if you look at, I mean, nobody knows what's gonna happen, but if you look at the graphs, it's gonna go back up. So yeah. And if there's any destabilizing event that would affect the crypto economy significantly, like totally crash it, I think you would also be crashing the stock market and anything else, like any
Absolutely.
event that would, So I don't know. I think it's a fair investment. But what do I know? Don't take your investing advice.
It's
from
weird
me.
that a form of payment is an investment,
Yeah.
right? I'd
Well,
rather
right.
invest in things that have physical. I mean, I'm talking out of my mouth. I have crypto, not much, but I have some.
Yeah.
Doge.
Hypocrite.
Dogecoin, baby.
Don't do the Doge. The Doge took a dive.
Oh, my Doge is dead.
Yeah.
Doge is
took a dive.
dead.
Well, so now's the time to get in.
No,
Yes.
do not.
I
It's
think
at
now,
18
Get
cents.
in from the second ground floor.
now is the time to get in on actual good tech coins, I think, that are still super low.
Yeah, like Ethereum,
Well, no, that one's too
too
known.
stable.
Yeah.
Even though it went down 10%.
That is stable for crypto.
10%.
Well,
That's
I might have exaggerated, but I think it was like 5%.
So look at this. On Tuesday, December 14th, Doge was at 16 cents. But then
Now it's at 18.
and then
we're not
meteoric rise.
so if you had bought $1 million worth of Doge at
Doggy.
16 cents and you sold it all today at 18.
Yep.
Just think of
That's big doings,
that's big doings.
Yeah, sure.
literally.
What if it went to 0?
You just lost a lot of
You
money.
just lost $1 million.
But it didn't.
But it did.
Always with the what ifs.
Yeah, what do you gotta do? Why do you gotta, step into my office? You're fucking fired.
So my Bitcoin is down about 8%.
Yeah.
And
are we?
my Doge is down.
I think Doge is way down.
63.9.
Yeah.
What did you buy Doge at?
Doge is way down.
I don't remember. Let me find out.
Well, if it's at 18 cents now and it's down 63 point something cents, then it was what? 30.
Why can't it
Cents
show
or
me
something.
my current?
I don't do math.
I want to see my total percent loss. I don't know. It doesn't show how much I bought it for.
Yeah.
Stupid app.
Stupid app with its appiness.
This thing sucks.
You're in Coinbase?
So whatever. I don't know how much I put
I use-
into
I
it, but
use
I've lost
Coinbase.
$1,500 on Doge.
Son of a bitch. Dylan, you son of a bitch.
I've got,
My
I've got-
Ethereum's up 30%. So what gives? It's so weird.
really? I just saw that it went down. Okay. Maybe they
But
maybe that's newer.
I guess my holdings or whatever.
Oh, I see. Since the last
Which is
one
not
you
a
looked
lot.
at it. Yeah. Yeah, I put not the smallest amount of money into crypto, but that was a year and a half ago. So I still saw some really good returns in that first like 6 months. And then it's kind of like dumbness for West, you know,
nothing.
12 months. Okay.
I'm glad I didn't put any extra money into it. Just
Right.
fiddling around with it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
I think it'll restabilize and head back up again, though. I don't know. Who knows?
Just keep chasing the dragon.
Right.
90% of all Bitcoin has been mined.
I mean, the value has to go up, basically.
Yeah.
Like, just has to go up. If it has any value, it has to go up. Eventually, overall.
What can you buy these days with Bitcoin?
You know, Bitcoin's not the best actual transaction coin, which is really funny.
Mm.
But some places do take it.
Right.
Just because it's the most known one. And it has a large market share, I think. So a lot of people have it. But as far as like transaction, you know, efficiency, it's like really, really bad.
Oh, okay. It costs a lot to do a transaction now.
I think so.
The gas fees, is that what they call it?
I think so. I'm almost 100% towards talking out of my ass right now, but I kind of,
you're right. I think you're
I
right.
kind of have an idea. I'm like 98%.
So it's an unusual day. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're most likely full of it, but
Well, you see, the turbo encabulator is attached to the flim flam on the marsulated wane shaft.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think Jeff Engelstein just did a video about it, about crypto and blockchain.
Oh, like Kickstarter.
I don't know if he was speculating how Kickstarter was going to be using it.
Yeah. Like if there, I would be
Because blockchain
surprised.
could be used without a crypto.
Yes.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Like you could prove that you bought something.
Yes. Yeah. You
With
could have a unique
blockchain.
key. You'd be like, look, I bought this, you know, I backed this game or whatever. Here's my,
Yeah, but if someone doesn't make a physical item, like who cares?
well, right.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I
What are they
backed,
gonna,
about 100 games on Kickstarter where I haven't gotten a single thing. So what do I do?
right.
That and $5 give me a cup of coffee.
Right. If you don't get alt milk.
That's $6.
Yeah. Then it's $6.
Oat milk.
I love them.
of course you do.
Obviously. I'm from Portland.
Obviously.
Obviously.
I wish my
What's
wife
the
was
silk? I used to drink silk back in the day.
Silk was soy.
Soy milk. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. That was kind of the first major alt milk.
Alt milk.
Yeah.
That stuff tastes
Alt
good.
milk.
My only good milk story is the fact that I drank skim milk growing up,
Yeah. Me too.
Water.
and when they, you know, remember in grade school when they bring you your milk
Mhm.
for your milk break?
Vaguely.
Yeah, like there's always in like
Oh, milk carton.
so so there was a so I don't know, I think it was the janitors. They would deliver the milk. They basically had a wooden tray that had all the milk cartons on it.
Yeah.
And they basically they load it all up and they bring it down the hallway and they drop off each class's tray, you know, one by one they go. And the vitamin A and D milk was
Yeah.
red.
Fortified.
The 2% milk was in a blue carton,
Yeah.
and the skim milk was in a green carton.
I want to pause real quick and say you're criticizing people for not remembering like specific details about their wedding, mentioning the colors of the specific milk, many of which you
I thought the colors of milk was standardized.
It pretty much was, I think.
It wasn't red, blue, and green.
I have no idea, but so
think red was
I
whole
remember,
Red is whole.
and then
Yeah.
one of the like the jobs in like first or second grade was like there was the person that got to hold the flag during the Pledge of Allegiance. There was like
Right.
the person that got to collect the erasers at the end of the day. So, but one of the jobs was going outside and getting the milk. You know, it was like, ooh, you get to get up, and you go out in the hallway, and you pick up the little milk cart, and you get to bring it in. But I always remember I was the only kid who drank skim milk. There was always one green
Milk.
Yeah.
milk, and I always knew that was mine. It was
Oh,
just
yeah.
kind of like, and every once in a while, a kid would pick like, hey, Hey, that's my green milk. You get your
It's
greasy
because
paws.
you were spatial.
Yeah, you get your greasy
Mm.
paws off my green
Why did your
milk.
parents raise you on skim?
I don't know. It's just
They
one of
didn't
those
want you to
things.
grow your bones.
No, it
That
was just
I don't know.
milk doesn't have that much calcium.
I know, but that's the
that
you
was
know,
It was the myth.
every person in America has been like taught.
no.
to-
I grew up on skim also, and it was because my dad was relatively kind of health conscious and like vegetarian ovo pescatarian at the time, and so he kind of like was like, oh, we should cut out the fat because back then fat was
That
the
was
enemy,
the enemy. Yeah.
right?
Instead of
And then
sugar.
you just add sugar to stuff. Yeah,
Oh, pescatarian. What's is eggs and fish?
yeah, eggs and fish.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I remember my dad, super bachelor at the time. What we woke up
sounds like an
Sunday
awesome
morning.
superhero. Super
Bachelor.
bachelor.
Look at this. This is what we had for
I'll
breakfast.
clean that tomorrow.
We had bran flakes with
Mm.
powdered skim milk.
Oh, I
that's
used to
lovely.
Like
when
this,
I,
it was
when
the
I go
worst.
visit my
powdered chocolate
grandparents.
skim milk. Powdered chocolate skim milk.
Yeah,
That was
when,
our breakfast of champions.
when I would go
yeah.
visit my grandparents in Washburn, North Dakota, they always had brand checks, and I loved it. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I like corn bran. Do you remember that? Do you remember that?
Well, they was
I was
called
wondering.
corn
I was
bran.
wondering why I was just pooping like a
I think
fiend.
it was like
whenever I
corn.
was there. It was like
corn pillows. It was bran. What was
There's
corn?
Chex Mix. What was?
It wasn't a Chex. It was a. Hold on, I'll see if I can find it.
Oh, you're talking about like the rolled up pillows.
Yeah,
like-
was it called corn?
yeah,
bran?
I know what
Those
you're
were
talking about.
those
too.
were mini wheats.
Man, I was a crack.
No, it was.
That's wheat. Mini
no, it
wheat
wasn't-
has wheat.
No,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
no, it was
yeah.
totally Quaker
It's in the
corn
name.
bran. Quaker corn bran. It was a
Oh, I don't know. If I
high
had that.
fiber cereal.
I do
And
remember
little
that.
did you know you were just making going to the bathroom that much more cleansing.
Mm.
Just
Ooh, and
scraping
blow.
everything out.
You'd need
Basically.
5,000 bowls of your regular cereal to equal the same amount.
The colon.
My
Those
colon
big-
blow.
crackling oat bran.
Oh yeah, the big
Uh,
circles. Was that the
yeah.
big rings?
I
Yeah.
never saw that.
Those were the best. Oh my god! I used to eat the snot out of my grandma's crackling oat bran.
Yeah. No. What was
So good.
there's like and I've heard of this. I've heard of this from a few people. There's like Evan, you're probably you know all these like weird freaking things to
Oat milk.
Well, you and Ryan, and, probably Ryan more than you. But,
Crackling oat bran had the square circles.
yeah.
Yup.
But
Weird that you can remember that.
well, first of all, the Saturday Night Live colon blow.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I
You'd
love
have to
that.
eat 173 bowls.
It was Phil Hartman. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's sitting on top of the massive pile.
A pyramid of
Yeah.
bowls. Yeah. Whoa.
But no, there was
Thanks,
like I
Golden
remember
Blue.
like somebody was like, there's like a drink that you can take, and then it's just like don't make any plans because like in a half hour it's just gonna like just flush your system,
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I saw those at the Walgreens.
yeah, and it's just like you're
Oh,
done.
Crackling oat bran was good. I
mean, there's like-
I also like grape nuts for a while, but I
I
eventually
loved grape nuts.
I hated them.
So I think
Yeah.
I think that thing that you drank though, I think it was when my doctor thought that I had kidney stones when I was like 19 or 20 years old.
yeah.
He gave me a prescription for that, and he basically said, yeah, so you're gonna want to drink this.
It's magnesium oxide.
I don't know what it was, but he said you're gonna want to make sure you're near a bathroom. when you do it.
X-Lax.
And I was just like, okay,
Yeah.
whatever. And like, I can remember sitting there on the toilet, and then I was like, not to be disgusting, but it was like every few minutes I was like, okay, I'm done. No, not, I'd be like, and I remember I had, as I was like walking by my stereo, I had put Pearl Jam 10 in
Oh, yeah.
play. And like, but I was like, and what's the first song on Pearl Jam 10? It's a song
Even
called
flow.
it's a song called Once, but nobody listens to it
Yeah,
because they
yeah.
All the time.
yeah. So they skip it to go to even flow. You're just like,
Yeah.
so everybody skips it. But I remember I hit the skip button to go to song 2, start at even flow, and I hit the little button that said repeat, like repeat the entire album. And I went into the bathroom and I was like, and I was drinking this drink, which tasted like garbage.
Yeah.
And I brought like a Maxim magazine, I think I had at that time. Remember that magazine? I brought that in.
Oh, I remember Maxim.
Oh
I
yeah.
had a subscription.
And I remember, oh yeah, $12 for $12 for a year, baby. It was super cheap.
Yeah, yeah.
But I
It was
remember
just pure ads.
Yeah.
but I remember I sat down in the toilet and I no lie, I listened to once 3 times as the entire album. Because like every single time I was like, okay, I've got to be done now. And then I was like, no, you got to sit down again because we're not done here.
I like Once. I thought it was a good song.
Yeah, but everybody skipped it to get to Even Flow.
I mean, Even Flow was really good too.
Because that's the song after Even Flow.
Was it like the 5 games won?
No, this song is like,
Jeremy.
no, it's it's alive. It's like
Oh
yeah. It's like, what you thought was your daddy? Wow, can remember.
Alive was good, man. That whole album was freaking good.
Your real daddy was dying, so you didn't need him.
Oh
But
yeah.
I'm glad we talked.
So good.
Eddie Vedder does a better job.
He does.
Vance does a lot
So
better.
good.
Way better.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
and then Jeremy was song 6.
I love that one.
Garden was 8. I love Garden.
Garden. I don't know if I remember that one.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And then for a breakup song, what's that? There's that one song in there about the girl breaking up with you.
Oh, the one where it's like, why?
Yeah.
Why
Yeah, it has,
can't I-
well, no, it has the greatest. It has such a great line. It says,
It's somebody
it says,
else's sky,
I know
right?
someday you'll have. I know you'll have a beautiful life. I know
Yeah,
you'll
yeah,
be
yeah,
the
yeah.
star in somebody else's sky. But
Yeah, yeah,
why?
yeah.
Why can't it be mine?
Oh,
Yeah.
that's good.
Black. It's just called Black.
Yeah.
The song's just called Black.
Yeah. Oh.
You know what? I'm totally going
That's a
off
good
base here because like that whole era of music, like that was like during like the biggest time of my life where I was listening to all kinds of. So who else remembers Blues Traveler?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I
Oh,
remember.
yeah.
I only know
So-
the one song.
Right.
Oh, they have a few run around.
Look and run around.
What was
Oh,
it?
so
Catch?
if
No.
you ever listen to the lyrics of the song "The Mountain Wins Again," like it's like a B-side song. It's like one of my favorite songs by them, and it's just like because it's all about breaking up with somebody. It's just like about somebody like like it's like one of the lines is men aren't supposed to cry, so how do I stop myself? But I'm gonna keep it all inside, so she has no idea how bad she hurt you. The whole thing, and then
Bottle it up.
yeah, bottle it up, and then it's like, but there's this one thing. It's like it's like he says, a pocket is no place for a smile. Someday I'll find love, and it'll blow my mind. It's like maybe, but the line I love is like it's like maybe if it'll be that love that got away from me. But he says, but I want to write a line in this song that's gonna make you cry longer than me. Just like that's like it's just like yeah. John Popper lost his mind though. He went off the deep end, or maybe he just always was crazy and it just
Was that the main singer guy?
yeah. And he had a
Hmm.
massive like he dropped like 250 pounds.
Yeah,
he got super
Bunch of
skinny.
weight. Yeah.
But like he got pulled over. This is like 5-10 years ago. He got pulled over and like he was just driving his car or whatever, and he got pulled over by these cops because they whatever speeding or something like that. And
He didn't know who he was.
well, no, and the cop just said, do you and he said something along the lines of, do you have anything in your car, that like, because I think they thought they smelled weed or something.
Yeah.
And it's like, we're gonna search your car. Is there anything you want to tell us about what? And he was like, yeah, I have tons of
4 rifles, 9 handguns, a switchblade, a
Yeah.
taser, set of brass knuckles, and night vision goggles.
Yes,
Nothing wrong with that.
and like, and
Nothing wrong with
some of them were in hidden compartments that he had created for the car itself.
Wow.
And he was like, "Yeah, I have all these
I read that,
weapons."
by the
but-
way. No, I didn't make that up.
Getting questionable now.
Yeah, but here's all my licenses. Here's everything
Yeah.
that like it's legal. Everything I own is legal. And he was
He's
like,
just
this
prepping,
is-
man.
Nothing wrong with
Hey,
that.
prepper.
He's
Yeah.
prepping. He's ready.
He's something. Yeah, I guess prepper would be the word. I was thinking
Uh,
militia.
There's a metal basement door that goes to like an entire complex
That's 3 inches
with
thick.
that Blues Traveler money.
Uh,
The thing about being a prepper is you're never wrong. It's just it's coming. It's
That's true.
coming.
Hard to
yeah,
prove that you're wrong. That's for sure.
I like preppers because I know they're
like
always
those
ready.
people that built the nuclear bomb shelters in their backyards in the 50s.
Oh yeah, right. Like that.
I like that movie, by
uh,
the way.
What was
That
that movie
was a
called?
different. That was a different.
Matinee. Matinee. Is
Uh,
that the name of it?
Is that the
No.
one with Brendan Fraser?
yeah, Brendan
No.
Fraser.
That's a
Really?
great movie.
Oh,
Was
I'm
that
thinking the one with
Perry-
John Goodman.
Perry Como soundtrack?
that was.
You're thinking of the sci-fi thing.
Yeah, that was
you're thinking of
Cloverfield something.
Cloverfield, some
What is that?
part of the
Brandon?
Clover. God, what is it?
Cloverfield
Blast from the
Lane?
past. Blast from
That's
the
it.
past.
I think that's this guy. Yeah,
Blast from the past. It's a good movie.
Fraser.
I thought it was gonna be goofy or stupid, but it's really good.
Oh, it was Cloverfield.
Yeah, I like how he's
Yeah,
like,
Cloverfield
cash
Lane,
in
I
these
think
bonds.
it
Like he had like
That's not
stock,
right.
IBM stocks,
Yeah, it is.
like the original
That's not
stock
right.
certificates.
That's right.
58% on Rotten Tomato. 56.
Ah!
Hey, I'm with
Mm.
Scott. That's a solid movie.
I like
That's
No,
not a
man.
solid movie.
No,
It's,
man.
it's clever.
Wait, it's Matinee. That's the movie I'm thinking of.
Matinee.
Yeah. Did you ever see it?
I don't believe I have.
1993 Matinee.
Who's in it?
I mean, John Goodman.
John
Oh, John
Goodman.
Goodman. Yeah, I never saw it. I know.
Yeah,
I know. I recognize the cover.
Now that is
Yeah.
92% on Rotten Tomatoes. Damn.
It was a good movie.
This
It
is
was
about.
fun.
Oh. Okay. So there is a nuclear shelter.
Apparently,
yeah.
Goodman likes shelters.
Okay. I will have to watch that.
Yeah, I was thinking Cloverfield too.
Yeah, so,
Well, he was in. They're in a shelter in Cloverfield
yeah,
That's
a bomb
hilarious.
shelter.
2 or whatever it is.
That's hilarious.
Sequel, spiritual successor.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Yeah, and then whatever the third one was. Oh, you started about whatchamacallit. We got off at the
Whatchamacallits? Those were good.
Midnight Mass.
Oh,
What do you want
yeah.
to say about it?
Oh, I haven't seen any of it. Once you said it was clearly horror, it was out of my lane. With
It's
my
Yeah,
horror.
I'm not watching.
I don't even know how that was a debate.
Like I said, I thought it was-
100% a
Is
horror.
there anybody here who hasn't watched it?
Fox just said he did.
well, Barb said she was expecting it to be a horror and was disappointed. So I think there's
It's
just
100%. I don't. It's what? How is it not horror?
What was your
Scott-
problem with it, Scott? What was your problem?
I mean, are we going to talk about the whole damn thing or what?
No, because I don't want to be up for an hour. But what was your problem with it? Tell me what your problem with it.
I'm a bounce.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you should bounce.
Possible
Hey,
spoilers about Midnight Mass.
Midnight Mass spoilers. Fair warning.
Fair warning.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. And this is only the end. Honestly, I thought the whole thing was fine and very interesting. Lots of interesting things. The whole decision to burn every house down on the island, of which they can't get off because they've shut down all the boats, right? Were they about self-preservation? They weren't thinking out too hard. But then the one building they have to stay in is not big enough for everybody. Well, A, so they kick people out, right? They put people out. And B, got burned down by the people who were not turned into vampires. In a second. Oh, what do we do now? Oh, I guess we all die.
It happens.
Like,
Well, what are you going to do, Scott, if you're in that situation?
not burn down every house on the island.
It was mildly
Yeah, that part
contrived,
was, yeah.
but
It's
the
super contrived. I get it. It ends the show, right?
I think the idea behind it was is if we go and we set fire to all, like Bev was so freaking crazy or whatever.
Yes. And well, I would have
And-
liked her
and
more.
that-
I mean, what did she say? Something like, "Oh, we can't. The whole island can't get set on fire. The wind would have to be really strong to get up to blah blah blah."
Well, and then
Yes, it
but
did.
like I think the idea was is if we burn down all the houses, then the people have no place to hide.
I see.
and so that like then they'd be able to track down all the non-believers, and they wouldn't have anywhere way to
I also,
anywhere.
I mean, I thought it was fine. It's good. I liked it.
And then so that was the
except for
idea
that,
that
except
was
for
the
that weird
case.
contrived ending. I thought everything else was fine.
I
and
thought the
I was
actor
wondering,
the actor who played the priest was just
100%. He's amazing.
he was absolutely amazing.
There was a lot of
and
talking.
obviously the actress who played Bev was just, what do you mean, you just hated her?
Oh yeah, hated her.
Yeah.
Yeah, every word she said, and you were just sitting there. It's like, please
it
get
took
your
me-
comeuppance.
Yeah, of course. It totally took me by surprise that the main protagonist was like converted in episode 3.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
He walks in on the
yeah.
we're calling them vampires. We're not really sure.
Well, and how
A
chilling.
vampiric entity.
Well, and that's the
here's
whole
the
thing.
thing. I knew from the get-go, as soon as the person who, when she was healed, I'm like, he's putting blood in the
Yeah.
he's putting vampire blood in the communion wine. I knew it.
Yeah.
I called it like 2 episodes in. Now I missed, for some reason I blinked or turned away when Pruitt turns into a young man. So I totally missed that. I mean, I clombed onto it eventually, but I missed that part.
I don't think that was ever really explained.
Well, no, it was.
Oh no, it was
Until
it
later
was.
on.
because he walks out of the cave a young man.
Yeah,
And he goes into the cave old, and then the vampire jumps on him.
Wasn't that wasn't until like the 3rd or 4th episode though, right?
No, and
It was
that's
like the
just
third.
it.
The third episode was like a flashback.
And
Yeah.
and the thing, the one thing that like made me go was like, like the woman who's got the her mom is
The doctor.
Yeah.
The doctor
Like
is his daughter.
like the mom, you're sitting there and you're like, okay, that's like the worst old age makeup ever.
And they had to do it.
Yeah.
I knew
they
all
had
of
to
the
do it
old
for the
people
purpose.
were young. I could tell in a second. I was
Yeah.
like, why are they getting old people played as young? And
So
now
then, I
it's
mean, so
obvious,
there
now I
was some
understand.
stuff that was like obviously, construed or whatever. Like they had to do it for the way they did it. But
Yeah,
the-
I mean, I'm
the
sure they're
stuff-
limited
the
by
stuff-
budget.
the stuff that floored me was like the writing, obviously, and then the and just like the deep dive into faith and belief and
Sure.
and just like the whole process of because the entire show is basically, if you do research into it, it's the creator of it, it's like his own journey of being raised Catholic and growing up in the Catholic faith, and then starting to question his faith and eventually becoming an atheist. Which, it's something where and it's like, and you can kind of see where all that is kind of tying in together, but then also with just like moments of uncertainty and doubt and like and also like pointing to like people of faith who continue to have faith.
Yeah, the
And
group
it's-
think of organized religion is very interesting in this
Yeah.
movie.
Oh,
Now,
yeah, no, and it's just and how there's a lot of them that yes have a certain level of groupthink, but that and there's the one person that obviously has like the horrible turn, like obviously it's using the groupthink for her own end, but then also just like there's the 2 Muslims that are on the island, and how at the very end, as they both know they're dying, they haven't lost their faith. They're they're making their final prayers, and it's just, I don't know, it was good.
there was
the whole
something
thing.
I feel like got cut out was the rat poison part. Like, did someone poison Pruitt with rat poison?
So that's like something that
Like-
you go online. There's a lot of people that hotly contest it. Like you have to like die for the final transformation to happen, right?
But he
And
died.
so-
I thought he died in the desert. That's
No,
why.
he didn't.
To be
because-
young, to turn young. Oh no, he was just turned young by the blood.
He was
But he
just
never
turned young
died.
by the blood, like the other people were. So
Oh.
like, so the difference is like, so
He
if you go
definitely
back and
died
you
in-
look at it, not to get all, but I mean, if you go back, like he actually has the rat poison, he dies and he comes back.
Yes.
With you know, I can't think of the guy's name anymore, the main character. I can't think of his name right now. But like when he comes to, like the priest actually has to set his neck. Like
Yeah, broke his
the
neck.
vampire broke his neck and killed him.
Right.
So when he fed him his blood, that's when he resurrected and he was a vampire at that point, you know. And so you know, and Bev even says at the one point, she's like, even if you shoot me, you're only going to buy yourself 5 minutes. Blam, you know, we got 5 minutes.
I like that part.
Yeah,
Yeah, there was a lot of good stuff in that show. I liked it.
yeah, and it was just
But I was
and,
wondering
like-
how. I guess he had not been dead, killed, yet,
no.
but they insinuate that he was rat poisoned.
Well, and so
But
that's the whole thing.
because they
Did-
show
did
the
he-
rat.
did he
They
take
show
it
somebody putting the
himself?
rat poison back on the shelf.
Yeah, so like the idea is that did he take it himself so he could die and come back, or did Bev try to kill him?
I think
Because you know, and that's a lot of people think that Bev tried.
that's
to
what
kill
I
him.
think too. Because it shows her putting the rat poison like back on the shelf. Like there's a
Yeah.
scene very
Oh, yeah.
explicitly that.
You know, and it's
Yeah, it was really good. I'm glad I watched it.
yeah, it was. I thought it was phenomenal.
Yeah.
it was probably
that
the
actor
best
is
thing I
awesome.
watched. In
He must have had a lot of practice, man, because there was a lot of dialogue.
Yeah,
A lot
well,
of,
he said he'd been trying to get it made for like 15 years.
really.
You know, and Netflix just basically just like they said, well, your Haunted Hill stuff has made us $1 gajillion, so
Yeah.
you know.
We can make it.
Speaking of which, and then okay, somebody tell
Kabuki.
Kabuki Kid we're gonna stop talking.
We're all
about it.
clear.
We're all clear. We can do a deeper dive some of the night because there's all
Sure,
kinds
there's a
stuff
lot
we
of
can-
things to talk about.
Yeah, but how annoying is it that they canceled Cowboy Bebop after one season and end on a
okay with
Tell
that.
me,
end on a spoiler?
I haven't seen it.
I couldn't make it through 2 episodes, but
Yeah, I was
really?
the
I
same
never
way,
watched the
Scott.
original.
Yeah,
Oh
but
yeah, I really like
I
it.
really enjoyed the original.
I might
Yeah,
go back
the
and watch the original.
from what I understand, it's too much like the original. Yeah.
I heard it was not like the original.
Really?
They took a lot of the emotion part out of it, the emotional stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like Scott. I got 2, maybe 3, and then no interest to go back.
Yeah.
No.
No,
I should try it.
Yeah, no, I enjoyed it, and my daughter did too, and I'm annoyed that they're done with it. So
Did they resolve anything in the show, or is it
no,
exactly-
I mean they left it at about halfway through the. No, I'd say maybe
Original
a
anime?
third of the way through the anime. So there was a lot more stuff to go and do. They just now can't do it.
Now they didn't make Tenchi Muyo.
Well, I've always said,
Yeah.
how does Netflix know what makes them money or not? And the biggest thing is that it's like, and
I
I'm
know,
reading
like,
something. It's
They,
like
they notice how many people are watching stuff.
Yeah.
well, they notice how many people are watching the stuff, and they also notice how many people like got a subscription and
Because
then
of it.
started watching it. You know, to
Mhm.
like prove that.
Yeah,
it
I'm
was,
sure they
like-
have probably some metrics that can be like, oh yeah, they
Yeah.
watched this and right first thing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Speaking of Netflix, they confirmed that the guy who played Daredevil in the Netflix series is now in the MCU.
Yeah,
I believe it's going to be this next Spider-Man movie. They finally did confirm it though. So I'm interested if
Don't
they'll
say any
bring it.
Spider-Man spoilers. There's been a ton of them already posted.
Oh, it's out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know it was out yet.
I missed the last 2.
You missed last.
I wish it was on Marvel. I'm not going to the theater.
There's only 3 of them. Man.
At least Matrix. At least Matrix will be on HBO Max. I
Yeah.
have to go to the theater for that. December 22nd. That's like 6 days.
Yeah, that's not very far away.
Is
It's
it?
gonna
Oh,
be-
yeah, it is.
It's almost Christmas, man.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
gonna
we
go by
made a
quick.
plan to go to it with my dad and stuff. So
The Matrix.
no, not Matrix.
Yeah, I
Spider-Man.
don't see him
Oh,
being in the Matrix.
I should probably, it's like, should we go through like, it's like Silent Green is people, Bruce Willis is dead. We could go through all the classic spoilers if you want.
Mhm.
Um,
Get it out of your
Yeah.
system.
Get it out of your system. Like
What movie were we talking about?
Christian
like-
Bale is twins in The
I was like,
Prestige.
he doesn't die in Die Hard.
Oh,
Oh,
It took me a minute. I got there. Actually.
yeah.
Yeah.
Ryan Reynolds is buried. Brad Pitt and Edward Norton are the same
Oh,
person.
yeah.
yeah. There's a T-shirt right that has all the spoilers. Have you seen that T-shirt?
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Like Snape kills Dumbledore.
Snape kills Dumbledore. Yeah.
Son of a bee.
Fucking snake.
But so that's
Man,
the
there were
big
some
thing.
evil bastards when that book came out.
Yeah.
They had like a bullhorn and they're walking through and they're like,
Yeah. They
On
drove
page
by. They drove by the
32.
lines.
yeah. They
drove
played
by
the
the
music,
lines
so everybody
and-
was like,
and
"Ooh,
yelled
what's
it
that?"
out.
And then they like yelled out all the spoilers.
Back in the days when you
On
had
page
to get in
32,
contact with people.
I quote
Public dies.
I quote the great Richard Ham. It's like spoilers are shitty and the people that do them are fucking assholes.
So what's that say about you, Lance?
Ah, well.
You spoiled many a 40-year-old movie.
It was interesting. I didn't think Red Letter Media would like Midnight Mouse, but they did.
They like everything that guy makes though,
Oh, did they? Okay.
even his shitty stuff.
I wish they would have actually discussed the movie.
I
They don't discuss it at all, or they dance around a lot of the stuff. Anyway, I'll stop talking about it because Kabuki's back.
kind of have to, I guess.
Yeah. All right, I gotta go to bed. I had to get up at like
Alright.
6 a.m. and
I know.
talk to some German
court-
guys because
do that.
the Germans. And
The
then I'm
Germans.
gonna take my kids to school, and then I'm gonna go do some more jury duty.
Oh yeah. I do my German meetings at midnight.
Yeah, I offered to do that as well, and they said no. So
So I don't have to get up. at
That's too
6
early.
a.m.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's too goddamn.
It's got to be like
What's-
3 a.m.
No, it's 9 a.m. for them.
at midnight.
Yeah,
Or you're West
that-
Coast. Yeah, you're
they're
West
9 hours ahead. Oh, right. I'm West Coast. Yeah,
Yeah.
never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna reach out to that guy right now, and I'm gonna say, hey, let's just meet up quick, because it's like a 5-minute meeting. Then I can just go to bed and I don't have to get up early.
Although Uli says that most Germans don't do any meetings before 10.
Real.
A show next week.
That's what he
We're not doing a show next week.
What?
So yeah, no show.
I guess that is
because
the-
I'm going to be celebrating Christmas with my dad. So,
I guess
The
that's fair.
22nd.
yeah.
I guess that's fair.
Hmm.
We'll allow it.
Hey, if you have to.
Well, we will meet before the end of the new year. So
29th. All right.
Mhm.
I'm gonna put it in my calendar so I don't like try to log on and get super confused.
You don't log
See
on.
if-
You don't wait for Lance's message.
Yeah, and get super butthurt that like, oh, he must have
You
blocked
didn't
me.
send it to you.
He hates me now. He must have blocked me.
Yeah.
oh my gosh, you're on the list. Just get in there.
All right.
You're ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
He hates me now.
Ridiculous.
It's over.
Ridiculous.
It's
All right.
ridiculous.
No show next week. Everybody have happy holidays, Merry Christmas, whatever. I don't know. Just whatever you celebrate, have an awesome time. If you celebrate nothing, still have an awesome time.
I celebrate nothing.
No, good for you.
Say nothing.
It's probably a good thing.
Yeah.
It's all